What's up everyone? This video is a speed run of Xenoblade 2 done in 3 hours, 57 minutes, and 40 seconds. As of the time of uploading, it is the world record for any percent, and was done on May 6th at roughly 1 PM Eastern Time. In this video, I plan to give full commentary on the run and explain everything that is going on to the best of my ability and give a general guide of the speedrun of the game as I prepare to submit to GDQ once again. I figured this would be a great time to update the guide I did for this last year. Right as the run starts, we jump into the combat of the game. By standing still, your character Rex will automatically attack. Attacking will build up our arts in the bottom right corner. In the speed run, we take great advantage of a technique known as auto attack canceling, which is simply tapping your stick after using an auto attack to refresh your first auto attack quicker. This lets us build up arts quicker, which is the key to helping us do much more damage later on, but I'll explain that when we get to it. So, as mentioned, this game is Xenoblade Chronicles 2. It is an action RPG for the Nintendo Switch and is personally my favorite game of all time. The story begins by introducing Rex, who is a salvager. His job relies on him diving into the Cloud Sea in order to obtain items that he can sell to turn a profit. This first area here is called Argentum, the merchant center of this game, where Rex comes to sell his obtained goods. On this particular visit, he gets a special job that pays him 100,000 gold to help a mysterious group of people who call themselves Torna. This entire section in Argentum is basically a tutorial to help us prepare for our trip properly as the game begins. As you might imagine, since this is a speed run, we are going to be skipping every single cutscene. We'll also be quickly mashing through all the tutorials that appear on the bottom of the screen. The important thing to note about this game is that you can't skip any story flags. The story flags will appear at the top of the screen, and they're going to give us a general guide of the next destination we need to head to. Usually upon reaching them, you'll start a cutscene and then get your next destination, or start a fight if you have to do one. Since you cannot skip story flags in this game, we're basically going to be playing the entire game. But I don't think there really is any issue with this, because this game is amazing. Now there will be a few cool clips and tricks that we can do throughout the run, but they're not going to be skipping any story flags, so we'll still have to do the general story in order. So now let's talk a little bit about the UI that you see during the game. In the top right corner, there is a little compass that has a map of where you are currently on the screen. This will usually include information about your next destination in the story, as well as quests that you can do on the map. It also has the endgame time, which changes by 1 minute per 1 second of real time, as well as the weather, which doesn't really mean much in the speedrun at all. In the bottom right corner, it will have the story destination that we need to go to, as well as a description of what we're actually doing during the story and what we want to do next. At the top of the screen, you can't actually see the number, but when you get closer to the story destination, there is a number that decreases, showing you the distance you are from the next story destination. So basically, like I said, in Argentum, it's just a tutorial area for the most part, where we're going to be learning how to play different aspects of the game and what we want to do to continue the story. One thing we did earlier was called skip traveling, which allows us to instantly go to different landmarks on the map. By pressing the X button, you can save a lot of time by skip traveling to certain locations instead of just walking there. So when it's faster to skip travel to a story destination, we are going to be doing that. As far as the actual story itself, we just sent 90,000 of our 100,000 gold back home to our village, because, you know, Rex is a very nice person. Our next little tutorial here is going to teach us how to salvage. Salvaging is basically the fishing minigame of this RPG. It's not really that useful in the speedrun of the game. We're only going to do it one more time after this, and that's just to get something required. And for this first salvage, you basically fail it on purpose because it's faster to fail it. So when you salvage, you have a chance of spawning enemies. And I spawned 2 little crabs here. If you walk too close to them, they will aggro you. And since I spawned 2 of them, I'm going to have to jump around to them, and that's going to cost me a couple seconds of time. If you only get 1 crab, you can actually run straight through there, and if you get 0, you can as well. The next tutorial the game gives us is how to buy pouch items. Now, the specific store it wants us to buy from doesn't have overly useful pouch items, but essentially pouch items are consumable items that you can equip on your characters. They have a variety of bonus effects in battle that will drastically help you in combat. This specific pouch item that you can buy are fish, and fish items will give you ether defense in battle. And while that's a nice effect, it's not overly useful for the purposes that we want. The major pouch item we are going to be using during the speed run is desserts. Dessert pouch items give you art recharge. So basically, every second you are in combat, you will get a certain amount of your arts recharged. And this will happen automatically without you even having to auto-attack. While you are auto-attacking and using other arts, this will still keep happening. Essentially, this will allow us to use many more arts during combat, which is going to drastically speed up the pace of combat and be very useful for not only the speedrun, but just for helping the quality of life combat in general during this game. Lastly here, we learn how to rest at the inn. By resting at the inn, we can use any accumulated bonus experience to level up our character. Bonus experience can be gained from quests, discovering landmarks, and exploring the world. Naturally, since this is a speedrun, we don't get any bonus experience from quests, but just from gradually doing the story and exploring everything the story has to offer us, we will gain some bonus experience throughout the game. With that done, I make my final preparations before we head off. So now I'm buying accessories. We can equip 2 of these on any of our characters we currently have in the party. Unlike pouch items, they are permanent effects as long as we have them equipped. After buying those items, I go into my menu in order to accept the DLC and check an option that disables enemy aggro. Accepting the DLC will give us a bunch of benefits that are going to make the run much faster. The first option I checked is disabling enemy aggro. This will allow us to save a bunch of time because we won't have to worry about getting too close to enemies or potentially losing time because enemies want to fight us. This will not affect the unique monsters throughout the game, which are special enemies that are basically mini-bosses. Absolutely still need to be careful and avoid these enemies. After I did that, I bought 10 Narcipear jelly from the dessert shop. This is possibly the best dessert in the entire game that you can get. At least for the speedrun, that is. It gives us 0.4 art recharge per second. Now, what does that 0.4 mean? Well, basically every art has a cooldown. The cooldown is how many auto attacks you need to recharge the art again. So, Anchor Shot has a cooldown of 6, so I need 6 auto attacks normally to fully charge the art. With the passive 0.4 art recharge per second, we don't have to auto attack nearly as much to get the maximum art efficiency for this run. So after I buy desserts, the game wants us to get on the ship as we head to our destination and begin the story. The thing we want to do is talk to all of our allies on this trip, so we can learn more about them, because they are all very good people, I am sure. After we talk to everyone, we are allowed to start our job and stand guard over the ship. After a small cutscene where we meet Nia, we finally arrive at our destination. The destination is a ship that was sunken for a while, and Rex and other salvagers are going to pull it up from the bottom of the ocean, and we are going to explore the ship to find some unexplained item that is surely going to be important. So our first order of business is swapping Nia out of the party because she's not as useful as our other 2 party members, Malos and Jin. During Chapter 1, we can't access any of our other party members in the menu currently. And during this menu, I set up Rex so he's a little bit stronger in the upcoming fights, because we need him to be. Now, in this first fight, Jin and Malos are going to carry most of the damage, because Rex isn't going to be able to do much of anything compared to them. Regardless, the strategy I want to do here is to instantly get behind the lethal Lysat King, and he's going to use a move called Backstep. After he does that, I'm going to use 3 auto attacks and cancel the auto attack into Sword Bash. So upon landing an auto attack, you can cancel it into an art by using the button that the art is assigned to. By doing this, you will get a variety of bonus effects like extra damage. There are other benefits to canceling, and I will explain them in more detail later. So I let Jin and Malos finish off the fight as I stand in this weird little corner over here. So as mentioned, we cannot skip story flags, but the story flag for this area is at the bottom of the ship here. And because of that, we can do a little clip here and go into an area we're not supposed to access, which is this little wall right here. And by doing this, we can go out of bounds and go to this very interesting area that's going to allow us to get all the way to the last area we need to be. By making a few jumps, we're able to jump into the room we need to be, and we're going to instantly start another fight. This fight is against the Megalo Aligo. So he's always going to use Cursed Cuisine at the start of the fight, and it's always going to target Rex. So what we want to do is run to the left a little bit, and then draw our weapon. And this is going to make it so the Cursed Cuisine only hits Rex. So one thing to note about the combat of this game is that enemies have a system called aggro. When your drivers do damage to an enemy, which drivers being your characters, they will generate aggro. The more damage you deal, the more aggro you generate. Basically, we want Jin and Malos to take the aggro off of Rex because we cannot have Rex die here, because otherwise the game is basically over. Because of that, I walk to the corner over there so I can avoid the AoE attack Fin of Fear, because we are not yet tanky enough to survive that hit with the current damage we have taken in this fight. So Jin and Malos do most of the heavy lifting in that fight, and this is where the story will truly begin. So Rex was necessary for this journey to unlock a special door on this ship because he is from Leftheria. People with Leftherian blood can access the special room on the ship for some reason. Upon doing this, he ends up running ahead of the others and touching a door he should not. And when he does this, he finds a sword and a girl in the next room. Upon touching the sword, Jin and Malus decide to stab him in the back. And the events after that lead to a fight between Rex and Malus. And during this fight, we are joined by a girl called Pyra. I will explain her in more detail after this fight. One of the important things Pyra allows us to do in combat is use blade specials. Blade specials are the Roman numeral at the bottom right of the screen, and they are bound to the A button. By using arts, we can charge up these blade specials in addition to doing extra damage. The further into your auto attack combo that you cancel your arts, the more the blade special will charge up. There are 4 levels of a blade special between 1 and 4. Each level gets consistently more powerful than the next. As you might have guessed, Pyra is a blade. But not just any blade, she is the legendary Aegis blade. As it turns out, Jin and Malus wanted to use her power for a very specific purpose. For this particular Malus fight, the ideal strategy is to use your level 1 blade special after using 2 arts off of your second auto attack cancel, and then charge up a level 4 special, and then use that. One thing to note about level 4 specials is that they give you invincibility frames so they can be used to dodge powerful attacks if necessary. After defeating Malus, we need to hightail it off the ship before things get worse. Nia decides she does not like the methods that Jin and Malus are taking against us, so she decides to fight against them with us. We end up being rescued by Azurta, who was a Titan and also Rex's surrogate grandfather. At the beginning of the game, he was also whose back Rex was fighting the Lyset on. Or Crustip, actually. So after we're rescued, Azurta crash lands on the continent of Gormont. That is where our story will pick up. So now let me explain a little bit about what happened after the Aligo fight. So as I mentioned, Pyra is the Aegis. In this game, you have humanoid creatures called blades, which fight with the humans of this game, who are typically referred to as drivers when they are fighting with blades. Many of them look very similar or almost exactly like humans, but there are notable differences. Beings that cannot age and are summoned from core crystals. A core crystal is a very special piece of technology in this game that basically contains the DNA of all human life inside of it. When the driver of a blade dies, the blade returns to the core crystal and loses all of their memories. The only exception to this is Pyra because she is the Aegis blade. Basically that means she is superior and the most powerful blade ever. Or so we are led to believe at the very least. So upon touching Pyra's sword, Rex basically becomes her driver. As you might imagine, this is very bad for Jin and Malus who want to use her power for themselves. Jin basically ends up stabbing Rex through the heart, and as such he should be very dead right now. When Rex collapses to the ground, Pyra basically summons him to her special dream world. They have a very long talk and begin to form a bond between each other. Pyra tells Rex that she will save his life as long as he agrees to take her to a place called Elysium, which is on top of the World Tree. Rex then agrees to this offer, and that is where the story picked up and where we begin to fight Malus afterwards. So now we are going to do everything we can to bring Pyra to Elysium. Now each blade has a different element, and as you can obviously guess, Pyra is a fire element blade. There are 8 total elements in this game. There aren't a ton of notable differences between the elements, except for the fact that they allow you to do different blade combos depending on the elements that you have. So one thing you probably noticed is that I did a quick menu to give a love source to Rex before giving him the Narcipear jelly again. So the love source is a very special pouch item that grants trust between a driver and a blade. Trust is basically the system in this game that makes blades more powerful. By getting trust, we're able to unlock additional levels of our blade's affinity chart, which is that skill tree you saw me check. By getting the extra levels of trust, we're able to make Pyra more powerful for this fight. It is during this fight that we will learn about blade combos. Now this Brog is notorious for having extremely high agility. He has the most agility of any enemy during Chapter 2, which is very crazy considering he's only level 6 and we're only level 4 right now. The agility can make him very difficult to hit at times. The general strategy here is to use 3 of our arts, usually Sword Bash twice and Double Spinning Edge once, and then we'll use our level 2 special during the fight. After that, Nia will automatically get her level 2 special as part of the tutorial, and we can use Steam Bomb, which is a level 2 blade combo. So basically, our fire blade combo will combo into Nia's water blade combo when she is using the blade known as Dromark. So blade combos are basically when we chain our blade specials together. By using certain elements, there are different blade combos that we can achieve. Fire into water is a blade combo, and each blade combo typically has 3 different levels to it. By using blade specials, we can use different levels of the blade combo. The main restriction to this is that each level of a blade combo has to equal the level of the special or higher. So to use the level 2 blade combo, we have to use the level 2 special or higher, and to use the level 3 blade combo, we have to use a level 3 special or higher. The blade combo damage is usually based on a percentage of the damage we did with the blade special, so it's always important to get as much damage as we can with the blade specials. There are many ways to do this, but I can explain that as we get to the relevant fights that use that. All in all, I really love the combat in the game, and that is what has really had me come back. I have been playing this game for such a long time now. I've done so many things during the post-game of this game, and as of right now, I have almost all of the challenge mode records of this game. So I'm not just skilled with the speedrun, I am very adept and very knowledgeable about all the combat and all the mechanics during this game. And I really think it's a great combat system that has a lot of depth to it if you really want to look into it and customize your characters to that extent. But that's enough about combat for now. Let's talk about what I'm doing here. So, one of the things we need to do is gather 10 puzzle tree wood, which are collection items that we can gather from these collection points on the ground here. By pressing A as you approach the collection point, you can gather items from that collection point. Some of these specific collection points will drop puzzle tree wood. We will need 10 of these for later on during the story. Puzzle tree wood can be mildly frustrating at times, because it's basically pure RNG whether you can get enough by the time you want them. If you don't, you can skip travel to obtain some very quickly, so it's not a major issue, but every time you have to skip travel, you lose 15 seconds of time. Now, I know you might be thinking 15 seconds seems like nothing over the course of a nearly 4-hour run, but this run is actually fairly optimized for 4 hours, because we really know what we want to do at this point in time, and it's just a matter of getting the RNG to execute. I would honestly say every second does matter in a run like this, even if it is 4 hours long. So now we have approached the big open area of Gormont, and we're not going to instantly head to our next destination here. We have a couple things we want to do. I got a lot of puzzle tree wood from that collection spot, as you noticed, and that is going to help me greatly since I wasn't on a great pace before that spot. So, this main section right here is going to be used to gather a bunch of landmarks we're going to need later on in the story, as well as get us some more collection spots that we might need, and give us a core chip that we can equip on Pyra. Core chip is basically a customization option that we can increase to, or that we can use to further increase our damage on Pyra. So the first location is Lida Oasis. By getting that, we'll be able to skip travel back to that later on so we can head to the story destination, which is the town of Torigoth. But before that, we want to pick up some more landmarks on our way there before we get there. The first here is Boulderbore Gate. We're not going to need this landmark until Chapter 4, but it is very useful to pick it up now. Actually, I lied. We are going to need it, because we're about to skip travel back to it right in just a second. Before that, we are going to walk in this direction and pick up a treasure chest that is underneath this little platform here. And this treasure chest is going to give us the scale chip, which is the core chip that we want to equip on Pyra. It's also going to give us a bit of money, but we don't really need the money that much, and you'll see why later on. So now we're going to go back to Boulderbore Gate, and we are going to get a landmark known as Dawnview Grotto, which is going to be up a cliff up here. Dawnview Grotto isn't needed until Chapter 3, but it's very important to not get it early, not only just to have it so we can skip travel to it later, but also to get an extra collection node that we're going to need for the story. So in addition to puzzle tree wood, there's one more collection thing that we're going to need, which is just general vegetable or fruit collection points. We need 12 of them total. This particular spot at Dawnview Grotto will drop between 4 and 8, which is a massive amount considering that the wood collection spots that we're getting only drop between 2 and 4. This makes it the ideal spot to gather the vegetables that we need in order to craft some ox cores later on, which are even more customization options that we can equip on our blades. This spot on the way is indeed another puzzle tree wood spot that we are going to try to get. Unfortunately, I get 3 vinegar leaves there, but I really can't complain since I got 4 puzzle tree wood from the spot before that. So each of those collection nodes that have puzzle tree wood has a 40% chance of having puzzle tree wood, 40% chance of having vinegar leaves, a 15% chance of having confusion ivy, and a 5% chance of having muscle branches. Each collection item has those percentage chances of being that at the very least. So there's decent odds to get puzzle tree wood, but can still be very frustrating anyway. After we skip travel back to Lida Oasis, we can collect the same wood spot once again, and get some more puzzle tree wood. Now, with all of that done, we are going to head in the direction of our destination and pick up one more landmark on the way. We're going to walk very carefully to avoid a quest that will automatically trigger if we get too close to it, and then we are going to walk on Lasham Island, and then afterwards we are going to finally head to the town of Torigoth. There's a lot of things to do in Chapter 2 that are a little bit more boring than much of the rest of the game, just because it's prepping ourselves for the rest of the game and preparing to equip ourselves properly, as well as get all the RNG we might need for the rest of the run. Pretty much 90% of the major RNG will happen in this chapter, and most of it can be worked around if you can't get all the RNG you need if you just want to complete the run in a decent time, but if you are going for world record, there's a lot of things you probably want to go your way. But we'll explain that in more detail when we get there. As for the story, we are heading to the town of Torigoth because it is Nia's homeland, and we might be able to get some help here. We're trying to get to the World Tree after all, so we're going to need a boat. Maybe the wonderful people in Torigoth will be able to help us. Upon approaching the city, we learn about tides, which is honestly a feature that's pretty much never used again after this point and one more point in Chapter 3. Basically, the Cloud Sea can rise and fall on certain continents, and this will allow you to access certain areas depending on which tide it is. Like I said, it's a mostly useless feature for the speedrun that we're not going to worry about too much, but it's still useful to have in mind anyway. Once we have arrived in Torigoth, I'm going to be doing a menu here as fast as I possibly can, and there's a lot of things I want to do in this menu. The first of which is replace Double Spinning Edge on Rex with a different art called Rolling Smash. Rolling Smash is an area of effect art which is going to be very useful as the run continues, because not only is it very powerful, but it also gives us aggro reduction when we land it. After that, we want to go into our driver skill trees and use our skill points to level up certain skills on Rex and Nia. Agility on Rex so we can dodge more attacks, and Ether on Nia so she can do slightly more damage this early on in the game. I change around my accessories to give Nia more Ether and Strength, and give Rex the Auto Balancer. The Auto Balancer is a very special item that will prevent deflections upon enemy blocking you. After that, I give Nia a pouch item known as the Cream Orange Parathid that we got from the DLC. It is another art recharge pouch item, but it is also Nia's favorite pouch item, so she's going to get a 50% bonus to that, so she will get extra art recharge from that over a normal dessert. The final thing I do is equip the core chip I picked up on Pyro to make her much stronger for this upcoming fight. So during all these fights where you have the Aegis sword, you're going to want to use 4 auto attacks to start the fight, and then your second auto attack after the 4th one, and then cancel that into your first art. This is the maximum efficiency for using arts as soon as possible. In this specific fight, you want to try to get as much AoE with Rolling Smash as you can, and you're going to want to use both Sword Bash and Rolling Smash twice. We're not going to worry about using Anchor Shot much because it's quite slow and it doesn't do that much damage. It does spawn a potion if you need it, but it's not very useful yet because we don't have the intended purpose of the art yet. Upon getting your level 2 special and targeting Padraig with the last 2 arts, you can use your level 2 special to get the AoE bonus to hit all 3 enemies and hopefully kill all of them. After that, we fight both Captain Padraig and Brigid. So basically, these soldiers noticed that Nia was a member of Torna and Rex has the Aegis blade, so they decided to attack you. Obviously, everyone wants to stop the Aegis or use their power for themselves, and there's no in between. The ideal strategy here is to start out by targeting Padraig, but use a level 1 special on Brigid once it's charged up. After that, we're going to continue targeting Padraig as much as we can, as well as try to align both enemies for our Rolling Smashes AoE. From here, we're going to continue alternating Sword Bash and Rolling Smash until we have our level 3 special up. Once you get to levels 2.5 on your special, you're going to want to target Brigid again and hope for Nia to break her. Once she breaks her, you can use Steam Bomb, and then once the Steam Bomb has finished, you want to use Steam Explosion immediately afterward. So by using Steam Bomb and then Steam Explosion on top of this break, you do what is known as a fusion combo. Basically, it is going to give you massively increased damage on your next special move, as well as give you additional damage on your blade combo. To explain it in more detail, let's talk about Break. So Break is what is known as a driver combo. By using certain arts, you can break an enemy depending on what blades your drivers have equipped. Once an enemy is broken, you can topple them, and that is also dependent on what arts your drivers have equipped. And after using Topple, you can launch an enemy, and then you can smash an enemy. By doing all 4 of these, that is known as the full driver combo. However, if you have certain aspects of the driver combo active and use blade combos on top of them, that is known as a fusion combo. There are certain bonus effects you can get from fusion combos. By using a blade combo on top of a driver combo, it will extend the duration... Actually, no, I have that backwards. By using a driver combo on top of a blade combo, it will extend the duration of the blade combo. However, if you use a blade combo on top of a driver combo, you will get a bonus to the damage you deal while that same driver combo is still active. That is why if we use Steam Explosion immediately after using Steam Bomb on top of the same break, we will get a big boost to our damage. And even outside of that, if you have a fusion combo to finish the fight, you will also get additional damage on the blade combo itself. So basically we're going to get a lot of extra damage there, and you just saw Bridget basically explode. Fusion combos are going to be a very important part of the speedrun in order to kill enemies as fast as we possibly can. If you're curious about fusion combos and want to learn more about them in detail, I have other guides covering them in far more detail than I have explained here. So after that fight ends, Rex is on the run because Nia lets herself get captured so we can escape. We get aid from a Napon named Tora. Tora lets us hide inside of his house. And after we're sure we're safe, Pyra puts on a disguise so we're able to go back out in public again and gather information on where Nia might have went. While we are doing this quest, we learn about pulling blades. Basically, since Rex is a driver, he has the capacity to pull more than one blade. So Azurda, who is now much smaller and in Rex's helmet, gives us a core crystal that we are able to pull. By pulling the core crystal, we are automatically going to get a Wind Knuckle blade as our first core there. The blade pulling system in this game is basically a gacha system, but I'll explain that in a little bit more detail when we get to the major section that takes advantage of that. So after we pull the blade, we are able to craft an aux cord. By using certain materials, we're able to craft aux cord. For that specific aux cord, we are automatically given materials to craft it with, which is the deer wood that Tora gave us. It was critical up 2, it's a nice free aux cord that we're going to be equipping on a character later on, but it's not overly useful for our purposes. After that, we continue gathering information on Nia by talking to certain people, and we also pay that other Napon money because he is very greedy. So after we talk to 3 specific people, we gather all the information we need without having to talk to anyone else. And upon completing the quest, we are going to get one more landmark that we're going to be able to skip travel to later by walking straight ahead at this point in time. So after you go across this bridge, you'll get the skip travel location Garagorm's Arch. Upon doing that, you'll want to skip travel back to Tora's house to make sense of all the information you have gathered. One thing I forgot to mention during all of this, you saw Pyra cooking. That's never used again. I wouldn't even worry about that too much. Basically, she can create special pouch items by cooking, but they're never really all that useful. It's better to just have desserts anyway, and you can just buy those. So once we've gathered information about Nia, Tora tells us that he might be able to help us out. So Tora cannot become a driver. He does not have the ability to become one. But he tells us if we can get some certain parts, he might be able to create his own blade, which is not a natural blade. This will allow him to simulate the effect of becoming a driver without actually being a driver. So basically, we are going to try to summon a robot for Tora to use. And get this artificial blade part that we need in order to get it. So the parts we need are 3 bion connectors and 1 perfect range sensor. To get the perfect range sensor, one guy offers to give it to us as long as we are able to kill an enemy for him. To get the bion connectors, you either have to buy them for 4,000 gold apiece, or salvage for them. Naturally, salvaging is slow, so we are just going to buy them. As for the perfect range sensor, we have to go fight an enemy at Lasham Island, which is why we got that skip travel location earlier. It saves a ton of time to be able to instantly skip travel back to this location instead of having to walk there if you didn't pick it up. So what is this dangerous enemy that we have to fight? Well, this level 9 crab over in the shore here. I don't know why this level 9 crab was the dangerous enemy and not any of these level 40 crabs, but as it turns out, this one was the one that was stopping all the trade flow in the area. So we're able to pretty easily handle this. We just got to use 1 sword bash, 1 rolling smash, and then use our level 1 special. It's very important that you use the second auto attack to cancel out of, because that'll give us the enough special recharge we need in order to kill this enemy. And to get our level 1 special in time. By using your first auto attack into a cancel, you won't get quite as much special meter. And if you wait to use your third one, it's a little bit too slow in a lot of situations. This can change depending on the weapon, and once we use a different weapon later on, you'll see what I mean by that.
Shall we?
Each blade you pull can have a different weapon to it, which will have its own set of unique arts. You can have a maximum of 3 blades equipped at a time, and you can swap between them as you want to as long as their cooldown is available. This allows you to often have a lot of options in combat, but funnily enough in the speedrun we don't really take advantage of this often, if at all. So once we buy the buying connectors, we have everything we need in order to create Tora's ideal artificial blade. Artificial blade is Poppy, who ends up becoming one of my favorite characters in the game. She will function as an Earth Blade in combat, which will give us even more additional elements that we can take advantage of if we need to. She is a tank blade, so she's going to function as the tank of the group and hopefully take aggro during the fight so we don't have to deal with anything. As you might have guessed, Dromark is a healer and Pyra is an attacker. Those are basically the three roles in the game. So this game we're playing right now is a little mini game called Tiger Tiger. We end up dying as fast as possible because that's the fastest way to go through this. Tiger Tiger is a game that allows us to get special parts for Poppy since she is an artificial blade. We don't really need any special parts for the speedrun, so we're just going to go past that as fast as we can. Upon Tora joining the party, we're going to do something weird here, which is skip travel back to Argentum. And in Argentum, we are going to prepare for our journey ahead, basically. So I mentioned that the DLC is a lot faster, and here's one of the major reasons why. DLC gives us access to very special blades, and the first of these very special blades is Crossset, who is going to be our main blade for the entire speedrun. So Crossset is a bitball weapon type. She's a healer blade technically, but she also does a massive amount of damage, and she has access to a break art. Break arts are very important for fusion combos, so it's very important that we land those, and since she has the ability to do a massive amount of damage, we also want to be controlling her. And additionally, since she can also heal, we can basically control all three very important aspects of the fight, which is breaking, healing, and doing damage. All in all, this makes her the absolute most ideal blade you could possibly want for the speedrun. I'll explain her in a little bit more detail later, but that Ebullient Core Crystal basically contains her guaranteed no matter what, so we always will get access to her without the use of the Gacha system. After that, we're going to get this treasure chest over here, which contains a coil chip, which is a very powerful core chip that you normally cannot get until Chapter 4. After that, we're going to refill on Narcipear Jelly, which isn't really necessary at this point in time, but I just do it because it helps make my menus a little bit easier. And it also allows us to talk to a Napon. So you're going to notice me doing something really weird here. First of all, I'm going to buy instruments from this guy, because we're going to need them later on. But after that, I'm going to be talking to these two Napon over and over. And the reason for that is that to unlock a skill node on Poppy's affinity chart, we need to talk to 20 Napon. Now, this doesn't work if you talk to the same Napon over and over, but for some reason, if you talk to two different Napon, it does work. So the fastest way to do this is to actually talk to these two shopkeepers who are right next to each other and allow us to just quickly turn and talk to each of them. So the affinity node this allows us to unlock is Napon Wisdom Level 2. One of the features in this game, which I personally do not really like all that much, is called Field Skills. Field Skills are basically requirements that you need to access certain items or areas, and each blade that you have will have different field skills. If you have enough of a certain field skill you need, then you can access the specific chart or area that you might need. Over the course of the story, there are certain field skill checks that we need to access. Now, the problem with this is that pulling most blades relies on a gacha system, and that is where most of the RNG during the speedrun can come from. You have to rely on the gacha system to get the blades you need in order to do the field skills. If field skills were not in this game, you would only need to pull two specific blades that are just required for certain fights later on. Or at least to make them much easier. So after that, we are going to use our pouch items that we have obtained from both the DLC and from buying and put them on Tora. We want to put both roly-poly maracas that we bought, and then 4 general food items, which are the bread items that you saw. And then we're going to put the jelly on him. By putting those specific pouch items on Tora, we can access his other field skills, and Poppy will have access to all 3 of her level 2 field skills: Super Strength, Napon Wisdom, and Leaping, which are going to be very important later on. Upon checking Poppy's chart, we get access to the field skills because the nodes get unlocked, so we're going to swap to Pyra after that and get some more field skills on her. Or more just general affinity nodes. After that, we're going to put the core chip on Pyra, so she has that for later on, and then we're going to another additional treasure chest over here, which required Super Strength Level 2 and Napon Wisdom Level 2 to get the wood chip, which is an even more powerful core chip, which is on par with some of the core chips that you would normally get in Chapter 5. That core chip is going to go on Crossset once we decide to pull her. So with all of the preparation done, we can finally continue on the main story. We can grab this collection node on the way to get more puzzle tree wood if the game decides to grace us with it, but unfortunately I'm not quite that lucky and I only get 2 vinegar leaves. I believe I'm still only at 8 puzzle tree wood at this point in time, which means I need to get 2 more later on. So I do something really embarrassing here, which is basically accidentally die because I can't stick the landing on a jump I'm supposed to make. Luckily, there was a landmark right where I died at, so I don't end up really losing more than 10 seconds here, but it's still really dumb of me nonetheless to make a simple mistake like that. So upon reaching the base entry, we just want to jump down here and do a little bit of platforming to get to the area we need to get, which is this tree trunk at the bottom right here. If you don't mess it up like I did, it's pretty simple to do, and it will save a bunch of time over the conventional method of walking all the way around. So, basically what we're doing here is we're approaching this little ship. Well, not little, it's actually quite big. Because Nia is being detained on this ship, and we are going to rescue her. So there's a lot of things that we want to do on this ship, and the most important of which is going to be just pulling blades and hoping we get what we need to continue the story. Now, there's 2 sections of blade pulls during this game. The first is during this chapter, just to see if you'll get what you might need to have a good run. And the second is in Chapter 4. There is a minute of downtime in Chapter 4 where you cannot do anything, so it's an ideal time to pull some blades. And by cannot do anything, I mean you can't actually advance the story in any way besides just waiting, and I'll explain why when we get there. So we do some pulls in Chapter 2, because we don't want to have to reset so far into the run during Chapter 4, so we want to just see if this is going to be a good run here. And we'll pull blades after we get Nia back, because once we get Nia back, we're going to put cross-set on Nia, because she is the one that can break, heal, and do a bunch of damage with her the most efficiently out of all of our characters. Not to mention that it will allow us to combo her fire with Pyra's fire, and that is going to give us access to very quick blade combos that are going to be very key for ending fights as soon as we can. It's pretty funny that cross-set ends up being a more powerful blade than Pyra, since she's a Pyra fangirl canonically. That's basically her character. She wants to be like Pyra, but she didn't know that she pretty much already surpassed her a long time ago. Before we get Nia, we have to do one quick fight in here, which is going to be against 2 soldiers, a sergeant and a normal soldier. And we are going to take advantage of Pyra's AoE that we have to try to kill them as fast as we can. We now have Tora, and Tora's job is going to be to try to get the aggro off of us so we don't end up dying during this fight. Once again, the idle method is using 4 auto attacks, and on the 4th one, we are going to cancel into our art. I missed an auto attack there, so I had to do an additional 5th one to make up for the art recharge I lost from not being able to land the first auto attack. So as you can see, Rolling Smash does a lot of damage to both of them if it's able to hit both of them. So that's my goal to try to get. I'm unable to land the second Rolling Smash on the other Griber, I think. Actually, that ended up working out. I forgot about that. They both stand next to each other, and I'm able to kill both of them when I use my level 2 Blade special here. So that ended up being a really good fight. So after defeating them, we were able to rescue Nia, and she is going to join our party now. We finally have a full party of 3, and we're going to swap Nia into the first slot of our party, because she is going to be our main driver from here on out for most of the rest of the game. So once we get Nia, we're going to go to our Blade menu, and we're going to begin the Gacha system of binding blades. So what you're going to want to be looking for here once you start pulling blades that are random is Boreas, Perun, 3 Earth Blades, 2 Fire Blades, 1 Wind Blade, and the skills Leaping and Keen Eye, which can be found on specific blades. During this particular run, I get some really nice blade pulls. I get Perun first, and then I get an Earth Blade Florin as my second blade, and then I immediately get a Fire Common Blade after that. So, rare blades and common blades, you'll notice quite a bit of a difference between them. The rare blades will have a 5 crown rating, and the common blades will have much less than that, and they'll all look pretty generic. One thing to note about my blade pulls is the early Perun and Florin means I am probably Pity Group 1. They both have very high odds in that Pity Group, and since I pulled Godfrey after a common blade, it almost guarantees that I'm Pity Group 1. So Pity Groups basically determine the chance of you getting the blades that you want. Each save file can get a certain Pity Group. There are 4 different Pity Groups that you can obtain. There's technically 5, but because of a coding error, Pity Group 1 is repeated twice, and Pity Group 5 is not used at all. So it is absolutely impossible to ever get Pity Group 5, and you actually have a 40% chance of getting Pity Group 1, and a 20% chance of getting the other 3 Pity Groups. This is very fortunate, because Pity Group 1 is actually the best Pity Group you can get during the speedrun. So every Pity Group has 3 blades that you are guaranteed to get. Upon reaching a certain point total of pulling common blades, you are guaranteed to get certain rare blades. In Pity Group 1, you are guaranteed to get Boreas, which is the best rare blade you can get because he is guaranteed to save the most time. By pulling him, you will save about 2.5 minutes over the course of the speedrun, which is the most time any blade can give you. The other most important blades you can get are Earth Blades, because not only they're required for the story, but they give you access to a very special core chip later on, which is going to make us extremely powerful. Upon getting both Perun, which saves about a minute of time, Florin, which is an Earth Blade, and seeing that I'm Pity Group 1, I decided that I didn't need to do many blade pulls during this chapter because I wanted to save the maximum amount of time that I could. The last blade I pulled was Adenine, which is not only a wind blade, but also someone who ends up being very helpful later on, because she has Keen Eye, which is the field skill I needed, and she has a very special battle skill, which helps us out in 2 very specific fights later on in the game, called Battle Wisdom, which helps us do extra damage if we hit elemental weaknesses. To hit elemental weaknesses, you basically need to hit an enemy with an element opposite of their element. So fire against water, earth against electric, wind against ice, and light against dark. So with our blade pulls done, we do a little bit of menuing there to get the arts we want on Crossette, as well as set her up to have her affinity chart all the way unlocked so we can start maxing it out as much as we can. We also give her the wood chip, so she'll be doing a lot of additional damage now and basically be super powered up. So what is the secret behind Crossette doing so much damage? Well, every time Crossette collects potions, she's going to do more damage. Basically at level 1 on our affinity chart, every time she gathers a potion, she will get 60% extra damage. And if she gets another potion, she will get another 60% damage. And this will stack all the way up to 500%. That is an insane boost to your damage, and no one else that you can really pick up during the story from the Gacha system or any other core crystals can really come close to that at all at this point in the game. Given the fact she has a very nice blade combo to use with fire, and the fact that she has a break art and can heal on Nia, makes her just the absolute best blade you could possibly ever use for the story here. So she comes with her own potion art on Nia. Her level 1 special also spawns extra potions. Rex can get potions by using Anchor Shot, which he'll automatically do if you can break an enemy. And upon toppling an enemy, you also get access to extra break arts. Or to extra potions, because the topple will summon a potion itself. So this specific fight against Dougal is divided into 2 phases. The first phase is very short, and it's basically just being like, oh hey, he's hiding behind his blade, and then it resets the entire fight afterwards. The overall fight here didn't end up being good because I got interrupted out of some arts I didn't want to get interrupted out of, so the fight ends up being a little bit slower than I would have liked, but we're still on a really good pace here, so I'm not really that worried. Dougal is basically the guy that was in charge of Torigoth, and one of the people that wanted to use the Aegis for personal gain instead of trying to just stop the Aegis. The next enemy we fight is actually just trying to stop the Aegis because of the danger it poses to the world, and this person is Morag. She is the Special Inquisitor of Mor Ardain, which is the company that has Torigoth as a territory. This ranks her far above Dougal, and she also happens to be the older sister of the Emperor of Mor Ardain, which makes her even more powerful in the political system of this game. She is the driver that actually has control of Bridget, who was the blade we fought earlier. So now that we're fighting them together, we are in for a world of hurt, or so it might seem. She's considered the most powerful driver that they have over in Mor Ardain, so naturally she's going to end up being a challenge. Well, we're really powerful right now because of the extra preparations we made, so we're not all that worried about it. So in this fight, we want to rush our level 4 special as fast as we can, and we're going to want to use our Dolphin Spin mode to get at least 3 potions, and we want to use Acrobatic Bomber to break her twice during this fight. The first time to get the extra potions if we need it, and the second time to set up a fusion combo here. If you use your level 4 on this topple here, you will get a bunch of damage if you have at least 3 potions, as well as a bunch of extra experience during this fight. That is another benefit of fusion combos I forgot to mention. If you finish the fight with a fusion combo, you get extra experience. Because of the ways to get extra experience in this game with both fusion combos and another method later on, there is no grinding during this entire speedrun. We can get all the experience we need from fighting enemies and from the bonus experience from resting at inns. It greatly increases the watchability of a speedrun like this. And once we have defeated Morag, we have finished with Chapter 2 and we are on to Chapter 3. We were able to successfully escape from the military base and rescue Nia. Now, funnily enough, before the Morag fight, I actually skip-traveled out of the base and then walked back into it to hit the story flag because it was faster, but let's not talk about that. So now that we're out of Torigoth, we are going to be making our way to Uman's shop. Umon is a relative of Tora, I believe his uncle, who can make a boat for us. And to make this boat, he requires 10 puzzle tree wood, and that is why we have been trying to collect them as much as we can during the course of the speedrun. So, on our way to Umon's shop, there are 2 more puzzle tree wood collection spots, and after that we have to skip travel. Technically, even collecting these can technically lose you a little bit of time. I end up getting 1 puzzle tree wood there, so I'm still 1 short, because I only have 9. So as long as the next collection spot gives me at least 1 puzzle tree wood, we are good to go. There's a lot of walking and downtime in this section, so it's a great time to read donations, for sure. If a run like this were to get accepted into GDQ, of course. So since we have some free time, let me try to discuss the plot a little bit in more detail. So as mentioned, Pyra is the Aegis blade. She was created by the Architect. The Architect is basically her father. The Architect supposedly lives high above the earth in Elysium, and she wants to go meet him, and also go back home. Rex, being eternally grateful to Pyra for saving his life, as well as the bond they have formed, makes him want to get her to Elysium no matter what, and throughout the game, his promise to Pyra makes him very motivated. So because we are trying to get Pyra home, we need to get this boat so we can get to the World Tree. The World Tree is the central structure in this map of the game, and it stretches all the way beyond the clouds in the sky. Most people in this world consider Elysium to be a complete myth, and people question Rex on if he's even going to be able to accomplish his goal or not. But Rex believes in himself, and he believes in Pyra, so he thinks he's going to be able to do this just easily. So our goal right now is to get to the World Tree and climb up it, and surely we're going to be able to do that once we collect this boat. So that last collection spot gave us the last puzzle tree wood we need, so we're good on that. Nia's coming along because she doesn't really have anywhere else to go, and she's going to trust in Rex and hope that this leads them to where she wants to go. And Tora's coming along because he's always wanted to be a driver, and he looks up to Rex as an inspiration, basically. So we have our party, we have their motivations, and we are ready to go. We also have an extremely powerful blade and cross set to help us go through these story fights as fast as we possibly can. Many people would tell you the combat in this game is pretty slow, and I think that is a very common misconception that I think can easily be corrected if they are able to see how fast you can just blaze through these fights if you really know what you're doing. There are so many aspects to this combat system to understand, and it's really a lot of fun if you can really get your hand around it. And I think it would be great to really show what you can do with the system. If you know how to use dessert pouch items, if you know how to use your arts and specials effectively, you can drastically decrease the time you're doing in these fights. But enough of that. We have arrived at Umon's shipyard, and he tells us that we need some materials to help him out. 10 of those things are puzzle tree wood that we needed. But we also have to go to Dawnview Grotto in upper level right in order to get the other materials that we need. And this is why it was important to get this landmark earlier. So I'm going to collect some fruit here. I only ended up getting 4 the first time, so I get really lucky there and get 8 this time, which is exactly how much I needed. So we're going to get this diamond oak that's in Dawnview Grotto, and once we get all 5 of these, we'll have everything we need. Upon collecting the fruit on the ground, we're going to go right back to Umon's shipyard and tell him that we have everything we need, and we'll be ready to go, right? Well, as it turns out, there's still one more thing we need to do. Remember that resting feature at the end, the long rest that allows us to change the tide? That is the other time this comes up during the story. We need to change the tide to high tide so we can go find the Titan that'll end up pulling the ship. So we have to go back to Torigoth as fugitives that really shouldn't be back here yet, and go to the inn very quickly and hope no one recognizes us. And after that, we are going to go to a location known as Outlook Knoll in upper level right that we have been to before, and we're going to jump down in the Cloud Sea and swim to the location we need to go to. This rest at the inn also provides us a great time to level up our characters to levels they need to be for Chapter 3, since they were pretty underleveled before, as you might have imagined. And with that done, we are going to be more prepared to face the challenges we might find in Chapter 3. So after the calming intermission of resting at the inn, we're going to quickly skip travel as fast as we can. Being able to do these menus in this game is an important part of saving as much time as you can, so trying to be as fast as we can is going to be very helpful. One thing about the skip travel menu is sometimes it can lag, and you'll just lose a couple seconds, and there's nothing you can do about it. There is a little bit of menu lag in this game. They are not the fastest menus, but that can also make it easier for you. For the most part, though, this is still a major downtime section. So one thing about the story so far is that Pyra and Rex have not had the best luck in some of these fights in the actual cutscenes. While we've been destroying the game itself, in the actual cutscenes afterwards, a lot of times Rex and Pyra are kind of losing. This is kind of chalked up to Rex being inexperienced as a driver, but it's also Pyra not being quite as powerful as she seems, and we'll find out the reason for that pretty soon. So upon swimming here, we have found the Titan that we are looking for, and we are able to continue on our quest finally after we go back to the upper level lift. Tora calls it an emotional reunion even though we don't know anything about the Titan, which I think is really funny. And finally, the ship will be complete once we have gotten back, and we are able to head towards the World Tree. About 50 minutes and 15 seconds completing the ship is actually a really insane time. I ended up having like my fastest chapter 2 ever during this run, which is just a testament to how well I played, considering I even died that one time when I was trying to jump down to the ship. But I didn't have to pull very many blades before I decided I was good to go, and everything else went really well. I think I had some really good fights here, and great execution all around on menus and everything else. So upon trying to go to the World Tree, we learned it is guarded by a mystical creature, or artifice actually, called Ophion. Basically, it's a giant mechanical snake that stops our path. And it ends up destroying our ship almost, and we get swallowed by a different Titan called Uriah. So we are now in Uriah's stomach, or head area. And basically we need to figure out why we're unable to go to the World Tree and why the creature known as Ophion was guarding it, since it's supposed to be Pyra's artifice, and it wouldn't obey her. So now we're gonna go straight ahead and try to make heads or tails of all this and explore the continent a little bit. We are about to come up on another fight here against a man known as Vandham and his two lackeys, Yuo and Zu. Actually, Zuo and Yu, actually, I think they are. They're very confusing at times. Vandham basically recognizes that we have the Aegis, and he decides, hey, I want the power of the Aegis for myself. You know, very typical stuff here. So it's up to us to fight them and prevent this from happening. So one thing to note about this fight, it's probably the first fight where we have multiple decently powerful enemies. There's 3 enemies in this fight, and we're going to want to target Zuo first. He is an axe wielder, and he is going to be important to target first, not only because we want to just get rid of him before having to target Vandham, but also because he has an ability known as Taunt, which is going to make us target him anyway, if we don't take care of him quickly. Plus, it's better to just build our damage before we end up targeting Vandham himself. Getting as much AoE as you can in these fights is also really nice, and upon landing breaks, we're able to get a bunch of potions if we can. So the one weakness of cross-set is that sometimes potions can land on top of your allies, and if that happens, you don't get access to the damage boost. So you have to collect the potions yourself as Nia, basically, otherwise you do not get the bonus damage. This can end up trolling you in certain fights, and it is technically an aspect of RNG, but it barely ever becomes a major issue. You have to be very unlucky for it to be an issue, and usually you can still complete the fights even if it does happen, as long as you play them safely. So with Zuo defeated, I try to use my AoE as much as I can, but unfortunately Yu and Vandham are not going to stand next to each other. But I'm able to use a bunch of level 1 specials with cross-set to just try to push through their health bars as much as I can. Vandham ends up being pretty tanky, so he's kind of harder to kill here than Yu ends up being. But I try to use my break art to finish the fight here. No, I don't actually. I just kill him with another level 1 special. So Vandham and Yu die about the same time. We're able to finish the fight. And Vandham basically almost kills Rex, but he stops his weapon just short and realizes that Rex is a novice. And he never actually had any ill intent towards us. He was just testing us to see what our powers was. Being the great sage that he is, he tells us that if we're unable to protect the Aegis, then we'll run into a world of hurt and a lot of guys that are as strong as him if we're not able to protect ourselves. So he decides to take us under his wing and help us out on our journey. He leads us back to his village here called Gormont Village. He is a mercenary. He's actually the leader of the mercenaries here, and he does a lot of jobs for people to help him out. So yeah, he actually ends up being a pretty cool guy after all, and that wasn't after the Aegis' power. So after some time talking about ourselves and eating and having a good time, Vandham says, if you help me with one job, I'll help you get your job done. So we agree to help out Vandham, and we're gonna go deal with an arachno that's on the summit here and that's causing all sorts of problems. So once we talk to Vandham, he's going to end up joining our party. Now, Vandham as a party member is not nearly as useful as our other party members, just because he's locked to only using Rock, who is a wind blade that doesn't really help us out. And we also don't really want to use him as an attacking blade, since Pyre is just going to be more useful for having access to the fire blade combos, which is what we want since we have Crossette, who is also a fire blade, so that gives us a better path to use strong blade combos. That being said, Vandham does insert himself into one fight automatically, but it's not really a major issue because that enemy is not really something you have to worry about that much. But after that fight is done, we will automatically be removing him from the party, don't you worry. So on our way up to the summit, we get stopped by this vortex-like thing, which Vandham basically tells us Rock is able to clear because he's a wind blade and has that power. This is basically some foreshadowing for later on when we might need the ability again. So, with that done, we are going to head to our next story destination here. So up until now, you will notice that Tora has only been the one person with the ability to topple with Big Boost, the art on Poppy. However, you might notice that Rex just randomly always uses Anchor Shot when we break an enemy with Crossette. And the reason for this is because this AI is programmed to do that. Now, why is this AI programmed to use Anchor Shot randomly just to get a potion when we have broken an enemy? Well, as it turns out, the art gains the ability to topple because Vandham is going to teach us how to do it during this next fight. So now Rex has the ability to topple, and this is very nice because Rex is much more consistent in toppling than Tora is. Tora's AI is kind of programmed weirdly, where he only uses driver combos 50% of the time on his blades, whereas the other drivers are basically programmed to always use driver combos on their AI. So Vandham teaches how to topple on this rampaging Ardain, and you should have basically a guaranteed chance to break him. It's not 100% guaranteed for some really strange reason, but it's almost guaranteed at the very least. One thing I haven't explained about Crossette yet is that the ideal way to do these fights with her is you want to do a single auto attack, and then cancel out of it, and then do a triple auto attack combo into Dolphin Spin. This will give you as much art recharge as possible, and allow you to use Dolphin Spin as early as you can. It also gives you a decent amount of special meter charge. The other thing I haven't explained about Nia yet is that she has 2 pouch items. After beating Dougal, we get access to a second pouch item that we're able to use on one of our drivers here. We obviously choose Nia since she is the main party member here. And by doing that, we are able to replace our pouch items. I put Whisper Quarter in slot 1 and then the Cream Orange Paratha in slot 2. Now, Whisper Quarter is an item that recharges our specials, so that's going to give us some special recharge over time. This is helpful so we have both art recharge and special recharge. Since we already have 1 art recharge pouch item, we don't need 2 currently because we don't have the ability to chain our arts into each other yet, so 1 is enough, so having the special recharge is very useful. The reason I replaced the Cream Orange Paratha and put it in slot 2 is because of the fact that the bonus effect of the pouch item, if you put it in slot 2, will apply to both pouch items, and it will not if it's only in slot 1. I don't know why it is, I don't know why it's programmed that way, but that is the reason. So we get the 50% bonus to the Whisper Quarter if we put it in slot 1 and the Cream Orange Paratha in slot 2. This gives us the maximum amount of art recharge and special recharge we can have at this point, and that is the best way to approach these fights with Crossette. Getting our tier 4 up is very important in a lot of these fights because it's going to make it go as fast as possible, and we don't really need much more art recharge than just the 1 item we have right now, but that might change a little bit later on. So this next fight is the fight we came here for. We're going to fight the Elder Arachno. Or maybe it's the Queen Arachno, I can't actually remember. I might be getting my enemies confused over the games. Regardless, this is who we wanted to fight. It is the Elder Arachno. So, one thing we learned about the Arachno is that she actually was able to bond to a blade. So even creatures can bond to blades if they're able to resonate with cores, so that's kind of unfortunate for Tora, actually. So the ideal fight strategy here is to use my Dolphin Spin and then use my Break Art into my level 1 special to set up the heat. I will be doing this in a lot of fights from here on out because it's very important to do this to set up the blade combo in advance. We're going to be using Rex to use Burnout, and then we're going to be using Mega Explosion, which is a tier 3 blade combo with Crossette very often over the course of the speedrun. So once I approach my level 3 special, I end up using Break so we can have the Break set up, and Rex will gain his Burnout once that happens. Now he sets up the fusion combo on the topple, and I'm able to use Mega Explosion right before the topple expires, I'm using a tier 3 special here because it's enough damage to kill. There are some fights I will have to use my tier 4 instead later on because you will need that damage, and I will explain why when we get there. So once we have defeated the Elder Arachnome, we're just about ready to start what we wanted to do ourselves after we've helped out Vandham here. But before that, we are ambushed by a member of Torna we have not met yet. The next fight is going to start right now against Aegis. So Aegis is a Glacis-wielding member of Torna. He has a blade called Abrona who can stop people from using Ether. In this fight, we will learn about chain attacks. So, we're automatically going to get this orb that's circling around the enemy in this fight, and that's going to allow us to end the fight very fast before we can really see what Aegis can do. All I have to do here is use Dolphin Spin and then immediately break him. If I get the break, then the fight is basically over. I just gotta collect all the potions I can after using my level 1 special, and then while the fusion combo is still active, I press the start button and use a chain attack. So chain attack damage is basically just using your specials, but multiplying it by the damage on the left side of the screen. With the fusion combo active and all the potions I was able to gain, my level 1 special basically almost kills Aegis automatically. The topple wears off, so my fusion combo is gone, but I end up almost killing Aegis before that anyway. By breaking the orb at the top, I'm able to use additional rounds in this chain attack, which means I can use additional levels of my special moves. The second round of the chain attack will use my level 2 special. The bonus percentage you see on the left side of the screen now is the amount my experience and rewards will be multiplied by. Yes, you heard that right. My experience for this fight will be multiplied by that value. So, during the story, by using chain attacks at smart times, we can get all the experience we need for the story without having to grind at all. It is a very useful feature when you can get large overkills that are 350% like that. So the principle behind chain attacks normally is that when you use a full blade combo, it will set up an orb on the enemy. The orb will be the orb of the element of the blade combo you finished on, so if I use Mega Explosion with Cross Set, that will set up a fire orb. You can break an orb by hitting it 3 times in a chain attack, or by using an alternate element, an opposite element that is, against the orb and break doing 2 hits of damage, and then you only need 1 more hit. While an orb of an element is active, you do 25% reduced damage with that element, but that's not really a major issue in the speedrun at all. And over the course of the speedrun, we're never going to set up more than a single orb, so it's never going to be an issue if our specials actually target the right orbs or not, so that's very nice. We try not to chain attack unless we absolutely have to, because there's certain fights we will need the experience, but it is a slight waste of time to do a chain attack since it takes such a long time, but there are times where it's going to easily be worth doing it. So coming up, we have another fight here as we get on our way, and there is a very important mechanic after the fight that I will explain after we're done with the fight, but we're going to be fighting against Zeke here. Zeke is a very funny guy who's basically like, I want the power of the Aegis for myself. You know, the same typical thing we've seen so far. But unlike everyone else, Zeke doesn't really seem all that malicious in nature. He's just like, hey, give me the power of the Aegis. I can use it better than you. I can save the world. I can do all this. And he does a lot of cool poses. He's very dramatic. And overall, just a really funny guy. He has his own theme song, which is very fitting for him. The strategy for this is just going to be just using a tier 4 special on our burnout. We're not going to set up a Mega Explosion. He doesn't have that much health. And ideally, you're going to want to get 4 potions and then break him once you get your tier 4 up, and then use your level 4 on the topple once you have 4 potions. So we're going to just get a level 4 up as soon as we can. We're going to use Heat with Rex and Burnout with Cross Set here. So I can use my Break Art here. That's going to get me my tier 3, and then upon standing around, the tier 4 is going to automatically charge up here, and once he gets toppled, I can use Burnout. Actually, I just used it on the break there, I think, because I didn't want to waste any more time. So because I set up the fusion on the break, I still get enough damage anyway. And now, after the fight, we're going to see our first instance of a glitch known as Zombie Hover. So upon pausing for this cutscene, I can hold down very specific buttons for 2 seconds and then continue the cutscene, and if I keep holding down those buttons, I will be in this state called Zombie Hover. This state will allow me to survive fall damage, all sorts of damage, as well as skip some story flags as I approach them, and that will be important later on as well. Now, you can't actually skip the story flags in the sense that you can not do them, it's just you can walk past them without triggering the story flag. So by doing a zombie hover here, I'm able to instantly jump down here and save a bunch of time by being able to walk towards the place we're supposed to go faster. It only saves about 20 seconds here, but as you might imagine, all time matters in a run like this. So if you hold down all 4 trigger buttons, down on the D-pad, and the X button for 5 seconds, you can instantly kill yourself. It's a dev code that was left in the game, and it was never taken out. There are certain applications of this that, if used properly, can allow you to do some very interesting things in the speedrun, though. While true, it usually will kill yourself and then respawn you at your last landmark, if you use it at certain times, you will instantly spawn into where you are in a state of zombie hover, which means you have kind of died, but you're not actually dead. And you are able to basically use the properties of your drivers and the blade Gormont to get out of this state where you're like dying but not actually dead and start walking around in it. And this will allow you to save a lot of time throughout the course of the speedrun by surviving fall damage as well as doing a bunch of other things. Now, here, you could do a field skill check here to lower the water, but you can actually save like 5 to 7 seconds of time by clipping through this gate here, which I end up going for. And by swimming with a certain angle with Gormont here, you can swap your drivers around in the menu and then go through the gate. It's very easy to pull off, so that's why it's just worth going for, even though it only saves like 5 to 7 seconds. And it's also pretty flashy to pull off. It will take you out of your zombie hover state, so you won't be missing any cutscenes later on, so that's good as well. And once that is done, we swap back to cross-set. Gormont will be used for a couple zombie hover glitches this run, but it'll never be used for fight because cross-set's just way more powerful than he is. Sorry, Gormont. So now that we have some more free time, let me explain what's about to come up. This is kind of the big moment where the story actually started to hook me during my initial playthrough of the game. Basically, there will be a fight once we reach the capital of Araya, where we're fighting Malos and Akos at the same time. It is a notoriously difficult fight. It's considered by many to be the hardest fight in the game. I've notoriously struggled with it in the past, but I have a pretty good strategy for it these days. And during this fight, your entire party is just at a big disadvantage, and they're not doing too well. It is during this fight when things seem to be at the absolute worst, where Pyra ends up transforming into Mithra. So Mithra is the original form of the Aegis, and the true power of the Aegis, as thus far at the very least. As it turns out, 500 years ago, Mithra was responsible for a great disaster that destroyed an entire continent. She became so distraught over this and so self-loathing that she created an alternate persona, and sealed away all of her powers in doing so. So once Mithra comes back, she basically turns the fight around. She gives Rex the ability to see into the future, just like Shulk could in the original game, and we basically turn the fight around and start destroying them. And they turn tail and run after Mithra kills Abrona. Now, Mithra is a lot more harsh and stern than the gentle Pyra we have seen so far. I personally like her a lot better. I feel like she's a more dynamic character than Pyra, who grows over the course of Torna, the Golden Country DLC, and this game, and I vastly prefer using her in gameplay because of her abilities, and just all around, she's so much more fun. And I think her character's just overall a lot superior than Pyra, who doesn't really seem to grow all that much over the course of the game. Now, with both of these characters being introduced, there is a time later in the game where you will have to pick between them at a certain moment. Now, for a marathon run, this is an amazing donation incentive. Trust me when I say that there are a lot of people on both sides who like both of these girls, and it could very easily raise a lot of money if this got into a marathon like GDQ. People would definitely vote for which one to pick. And while Mithra is certainly my favorite, if I got into a marathon, I would definitely pick what the audience went with. So upon arriving to the capital, before that actual really iconic fight, we have this fight against the Violent Driver. Though the Violent Driver doesn't have much health, you can actually end him with a level 1 and then a level 2 from cross-set without using any specials from anyone else. You're also mostly guaranteed to break him, like the Ardain. It's not guaranteed, but it's almost 100% at the very least. And you'll get a lot of potions from the ensuing topple and level 1 special you use, and once you get all those, you're basically just gotta get your level 2 as fast as possible and use it and you'll be set. Somersault kick can be annoying because you lose a little bit of time when he blows you down, but that's not really a major deal. We'll use one more break here with Acrobatic Bomber, use level 2 after the break connects, and we'll basically kill him on the topple that we're going to get after this. All in all, that's a really easy fight. It's a good way to get some extra experience going here. And now we are going to get ready to do the final decisive fight. So, in the actual current plot, Vandham has guided us to the capital. We are here to meet a man known as Cole, who knows how to get to the World Tree, possibly, and how to deal with Artifice Ophion. And before we meet him, we are going to buy all of the items from this shop. Now, this seems very strange, but if you buy all the items from a shop, you can get a shop deed. And if you buy the deed, you get a bunch of bonus effects. This particular deed gives 5% movement speed. And over the course of a speed run, that's going to save a couple minutes of time, which is very helpful. So, buying all the items from any shop gives a different deed, so keep that in mind if you want to play this game. All in all, for the speed run, the only useful one is the movement speed one, so that's the only one we're going to focus on getting. So now we meet up with Cole, and then he tells us that we need to go meet a man known as Amalthus, who is his driver, because he will know the answer that we're looking for. So we're going to go take a rest and not worry about that for now. And while we're resting, Malos and Akos confront Pyra during the middle of the night and kidnap a girl, and Pyra tries to go save herself, and everyone realizes she is gone, so they go up to try to find where Pyra is, and we get into a fight with them. And the first phase of this fight is one of the most difficult fights in the speed run. Even in this run, I struggle with it, even with a better strategy that I've been using. Because in some ways it does rely on your ally getting his special up in times, and even outside of that, if they both aggro at you at the same time, like if Malos and Akos both target Nia, you could be in a world of trouble. They have so many different reactions, like breaking, toppling, shackling driver, knockdown, knockback. There's just so much they can do to you to just make this fight a huge pain. And if the fight goes long enough, Akos can even shackle your blade, which means you can't use any specials and you lose affinity with your blade, which is very, very annoying. All in all, it's a fight you have to play very carefully. My method for doing it is always to use the potion art at the start, like always, and then instantly use my heal art and cancel out of it into my level 1 special. I don't want to have any strong AoE like the break art hitting Malos, because I want to limit my aggro on him. And once Akos is hit with that, we're going to use exclusively my single target potion art to gather potions for damage that we might lead later on, and also just reduce the amount of aggro we're gaining, and only heal when necessary. And once I get my level 4 charged up for the Mega Explosion, I would break him and then use my level 4. If I don't get a break, hopefully I have enough potions to at least get him to half HP, which is all we have to do for this phase of the fight. If Rex does not get his burnout up in time, the alternative method is to use Stone with Tora and then Volcano on the break, which also can work, but if you don't get the break, then you are in a world of trouble. This fight ends up going dangerously for me, because I don't think Rex gets his burnout up in time, and I almost run into some issues here with the amount of aggro I end up taking. But overall, as long as I survive, that's the important thing. And here's the Shackle Blade. It lasts for 6 seconds. I need one more art in order to get to my level 3, so I'm able to do that. And now all I want to do is, now that I have my level 4 charged up, I want to use Stone and then break, and then if I get the break, they're done. And luckily, I get the break on Akos that I need, so once the Stone finishes, I can combo off the fusion combo and end this phase of the fight. So in phase 2, that is when we will get Mithra instead of Pyra, and Mithra is very powerful in this fight. She has additional ether damage, she has 5 times accuracy and 5 times agility, so she basically won't be getting hit at all. And she basically will no affect all reactions and debuffs during this fight. She doesn't do this for any other fight the rest of the game, but in this particular fight, she is very, very powerful. We're still going to be controlling cross-set, because what we can do is if we use a burnout with cross-set, we can combo that into Mithra's Nuclear Blast. And if we have a fusion combo set up, that will kill both of them at the same time. So the strategy in this phase is use Dolphin Spin on Malos and then instantly go into a break and then level 1 special. I missed my break art there, so I don't get the extra potions I could have got from breaking him, but I'm still going to collect as many potions as I can. And after that is done, I'm just going to try to charge up my burnout. I don't want to use burnout until after Akos uses Checkmate again. And the reason for this is because we need to make sure Mithra has her level 3 special up on Rex. So now that burnout's up, I am going to get this, I'm going to wait for checkmate to expire, and then I'm going to use acrobatic bomber for the break. And if we get the break, the fight is basically over as long as Malos and Akos are close enough to each other. I get the break, Rex is going to topple. We set up the burnout on the topple, and then we're going to use Mithra's nuclear blast on the topple after that, and it should be enough damage to kill both of them. Oh no, that was a really nice fight. It could definitely go way, way worse than it did here. My time for this chapter ends up being a 1:14:59, which is just right under 1:15, which is really, really impressive. I'm very happy with that. This run has gone really well so far. After this, we will approach probably one of the longest loading times in the entire game, and after that, we are going to return to Gormont village and take over the mercenaries. As it turns out, during the 2 phases of that fight, while we were struggling to survive before Mithra appeared, Vandham ends up sacrificing himself to try to save us. Rex is so torn up over his death, he ends up trying to go back into fight, and that's when Pyre transforms into Mithra and saves everyone. So Mithra has some really good abilities on her skill tree, much better than Pyre. She's a much better all-around blade, gameplay-wise, and like I've already mentioned, I definitely prefer her character myself. She was one of the major reasons I wanted to keep playing the game after Chapter 3, and I really grew attached to her character in my first playthrough. She's one of my favorites, for sure. So, everyone is upset about Vandham dying, but he had a last wish, and you and Zuo are going to tell us about it once we get back to Gormont. As it turns out, he wants us to take over his mercenary company after his death. It seems like he had planned for his death. He might have expected himself to die trying to protect us, and he made plans in advance. So all around, even though he wasn't around for a very long time, he definitely took care of us. He became a mentor to Rex, and we're all really torn up over his death. So after taking over the Merc group, we can go to that option in our menu and send blades on Merc missions. This will passively develop them during the course of the game if we're not using them in combat. So during this Merc mission, we have a minute of free time that we just have to wait and do nothing. So this is when we can pull more blades. So the blades I'm looking for here are another Earth. I need one more Earth besides Nim, so I got Nim pretty early on there. That was a really good pull. I get Telos, who has Leaping, so that's a really good pull. We've had really good blade pulls so far, for sure. The Ice Lance doesn't help, but that doesn't matter at this point. As long as we can get the things we need within a minute, we'll be good. I get Boreas there. I was guaranteed to get Boreas from being Pity Group 1, which I explained earlier. It seemed like I was likely to be Pity Group 1. I get my second Fire Blade there, the Shield Hammer, and then I get the Water Blade I also need there. It's a healer, but that doesn't really matter that much, because the fights where you use that Water Blade, it doesn't really matter all the ton if you use a healer or not. The thing to note about healer blades, if you have one equipped on an ally, they will go after potions, which could affect your cross-set damage, but it doesn't really matter for the fights that we use the Water Blade in. So once I get this last Earth, I'm basically done. The Water Blade is needed for certain fights later on, but not for any field skills. I had really good luck here with what I needed to get, so I'm just going to overdrive some blades around to who I want them on now, and get ready for some fights later on. And with that done, I didn't really lose too much time in that section. Those were really nice blade pulls over the course of Chapter 2 and 4. We finished the Merc mission, and we are ready to report back and continue with the main story. So, now we're going to head back to the capital of Araya and get ready to sail back to Argentum so we can gain passage to Indol by going to Mor Ardain. At least I think that's what happens. It is worth noting that in the last fight, if you don't get the last break on Malos you'll have to chain attack them after the nuclear blast, which will lose you about 45 seconds of time, but it can give you some extra experience if you need it, so that's very nice. So it's not a total waste if you don't get the break. But losing 45 seconds can definitely suck at times. So we're going to skip travel back to the capital to save a bunch of time instead of walking all the way back there, of course. And one of the things we need to do before we leave is pick up a little treasure chest over to the side over here that's out of the way. It's going to give us an aux core called Hunter's Chemistry. This aux core is very important. It will raise our starting affinity during the battles. And the reason we want this is not only is getting to max affinity faster very useful for battles in general, but there's a very specific reason we're going to want it later on in the game. And I'll explain that in more detail when we get there. We're going to get another Hunter's Chemistry besides this a little bit later on as well, and once we have two, we should be pretty good to hit max affinity almost at the start of every fight. So, now we're going to sail back to Argentum. We got to skip 3 cutscenes here, and then we're going to talk to a Napon directly behind us and pick up another DLC exclusive blade called Corvin. Now, Corvin's just all around useful. He comes with a field skill we want, and Ancient Wisdom saves some time. He is a light element blade, and he has some really nice properties about him, like being able to charge up party meter really fast every time he lands a critical hit. He has a really nice critical hit rate, and he also gets some really nice damage on his specials. He's, all in all, a very useful blade to have, and we're going to pull him on Rex pretty soon here. He's not going to be used in any fights until Chapter 5, but he is going to be very useful for the latter half of the game. So after picking up that core crystal, we're going to start continuing with the story. We got to skip travel to the inn here and go to our next destination. So I will say this chapter is probably the weakest part of my speedrun, and it's not really because of any fights, although there is actually 2 fights that don't go the way I really want them to. There is a clip in this chapter that I am notoriously not that great at if I am on a good pace. I'm prone to choking on it, and I will talk about that when we get there, but all in all, this is one of the biggest improvement sections of the speedrun. So we're talking to Murmur here. He makes us pay money so we can go to Mor Ardain. And after that, we tell everyone that we're going to set out tomorrow. And one of the most notorious cutscenes in the game happens after that, which I won't really talk about here. I will say there are some anime trope moments going on, though. Regardless, though, when this cutscene is done, since it automatically gave us Rex, we're going to swap our party around back to Nia. And skip travel up to the flight deck again and get ready to go. So one of the things that happened when Vandham died is that Rock also went back to his core crystal, so we were able to obtain his core crystal. And Rex is holding on to that right now. So the thing he plans to do with it was keep it as a keepsake, if I remember, but what happens here is, before we're able to head down to Mor Ardain, Rex is just, like, holding it in his hand, and it gets swiped by a child, and, we have to go chase down the child to get back Rock's core crystal. So instead of going to Mor Ardain instantly, we've got some work ahead of us to, track down the thief. The thief ends up stealing a ship, and we have to follow him. He ends up going all the way back to Torigoth, so we're back on the continent of Gormont for now, and we have to do this little side quest here to get Rock's core crystal back. So there's a lot of people we can talk to in the town of Torigoth that might be able to offer us some information, but we only have to talk to one person here to get the information we need. So we're going to go talk to them right now and not worry about any of these other people that we might have to talk to. So Nugby over here has the information about the boy that we want, so he's going to tell us what we need to do. Basically, he tells us we need to skip travel to the Naklia Timber site, and we got that skip travel location earlier when getting Puzzle Tree Woods, so that's in the upper level right. And luckily, we will not have to waste any time going to get that skip travel point. So now we can talk to Otto over here. There are 2 methods that you can do to complete this quest. One is examining something if you have levels of Keen Eye, and the other is just asking him for help. Now, even if you do have the levels of Keen Eye, it's faster to still ask him for help anyway, so I don't know why that other option even exists, because once you ask him for help, that's basically all you gotta do. And after that, we can skip travel to Uman Shipyard and find out that the kids are hiding out there, and Uman is nowhere to be found currently. So we're gonna approach the shack and confront them and try to get Rock's core crystal back. As it turns out, the children are really scared, but they are insistent that they really need the core crystal, and they are going to sick their pet birds on us. And being the heartless monsters we are, we'd kill a bunch of children's pets, like the animals that we are. Very, very cruel, very unnecessary, but as far as the fight itself, as long as you can get a bunch of good AoE with your break art and level 1 specials, you can end it pretty fast. So that's what we're going to do here. Kids are watching in the background as these evil people are murdering their little pets that they sick on us. And they don't have much health at all. They go down really, really fast. Basically, once I use the break art in level 1, they'll probably mostly all be dead unless one's not in the AoE. And it looks like one didn't get caught in the full AoE here, so we can just use one more art to kill him here, which is not a big deal at all. So as it turns out, these children are from a village that got destroyed by some bandits, so we agree to go help them out and stop everything And they won't need the core crystal anymore as long as we help them out. So we got to go to Boulder Bore Gate in order to stop these bandits. And, well, what do you know? There's that thing there that only Rock can get rid of. So it's very convenient we just got Rock's core crystal back, isn't it? So now Rex is going to pull Rock's core crystal. We're guaranteed to get Rock here. He has Wind Mastery, which is helpful for later on. He doesn't count as one of the Gacha Wind Blades that we need because we're guaranteed to get him. And along with that Wind Knuckle Blade, you're guaranteed to get 2 Wind Blades, and you only need a maximum of 3 Wind Mastery later on. So once we clear this vortex blocking our path, we are able to go fight the bandits at the end of the tunnel, and Rock will disappear from the story forever, and very tragically, actually. So the bandits themselves are a really easy fight, honestly. It's just a bunch of level 1 spamming with cross-set again, and draining their health bar since they're not really all that tanky. One of the things you want to make sure you do is run up to the axe guy first and target him first. He's like one of the tankiest members, I think. And after that, it's just the same strategy of cancel your first auto attack and then use your triple auto attack combo into your dolphin spin, and then break in level 1, and then collect your potions and start doing a bunch of damage. These guys have some really interesting names. Cart Breaker Grzeg. I don't know why you'd be breaking carts, but, you know, he's the Cart Breaker Zeg. And then you've got Benjamin the Brain. I guess that means he's the only smart person here. And besides that, I think you have, I can't even remember what the last dude's name is right now. Is it Menacing Joe or something? It's something really funny. Yeah, so we take care of Greg there, and we're going to target the Brain now. And as you can see, they don't have much health at all. This level 1 special on the fusion should be enough to almost kill him. And it is Menacing Joe. So now we're just going to try to finish him off as fast as we can. He uses his evasion art there, which is going to cost us some time, because I don't think level 1 can quite kill him. But it's not a big deal. He's almost dead. As long as I use one more break here, he'll die. And pretty easy fight. And that's going to end the little rock side quest here, and we can finally get back on track with the main story and head to Mor Ardain. Now, because of the incident in Torigoth and everything else, we're not exactly allies with Mor Ardain, so we're going to have to be very careful when we get there, for sure. And it's going to lead us to a little bit of conflict when we get there, but we're going to be able to handle it because we are just that good now. Since we have Mithra to help us out now, we shouldn't be really worried about having to lose any fights against anyone anymore, because she's going to carry us through everything. So our beastly core crystal is now ready to use. That was the core crystal we picked up from killing the Arachno with Vandham in Chapter 3. That contains the blade that the Arachno bonded with Wulfric. Wulfric is an Earth Blade, and we're going to need him. He would be the 4th Earth Blade, because we need Earth Mastery 4 for a very special requirement later on. So we'll be pulling him very shortly when we pull Corvin also. Once we arrive in Mor Ardain, we get to this wasteland region. Mor Ardain is apparently dying. It's a very old titan, so it's not as lush and green as something like Gormont, and that's why we learned that Mor Ardain in the Empire here had subjugated Gormont, because they needed access to their resources since there wasn't much on Mor Ardain anymore. One of the themes of this game is that all the land and the continents and the titans are all disappearing, so there's not going to be any inhabitable land very soon. So that's why another reason Rex wants to find Elysium, to be able to save the people of this planet. So one of the things I just did there was throw a rock at an enemy. That's going to give me a battle, just an engagement. And the reason I want that is because Gathering Sparks is the ability on Crossset's chart that gives us access to stacking up potion damage. If you engage a battle alongside Pyra and Mithra, which we are doing since Rex is always starting the battle with Pyra and Mithra, then you get the ability to unlock additional levels of that on her affinity chart. So we're going to try to hit level 3 before the next fights in this chapter so we can get 80% damage for every potion we collect. It will still stack up to only 500%, but getting 80% damage is very nice because it gives us a little bit of extra leeway on how many potions we might need to collect to get the damage we want. It's very worth the 2 seconds of time it takes to aggro 2 enemies that we're going to need to do. And now that we have arrived at Mor Ardain, there's a couple menu things we're going to want to do here. There's a couple things we need to buy. We're going to actually finally give a core chip to Poppy. She hasn't had one the entire time, but she hasn't really needed one. And now that we've done that, we're going to buy an accessory known as the ball attachment at this shop, which is going to increase the auto attack stat of cross set, which is basically what the damage multiplier is based off of. So increasing that with our extra additive damage from the potion stack is going to give us a bunch of extra damage for this chapter. I developed the Aux Core Hunter's chemistry that I picked up in Chapter 3, and then I buy a book, Love Beyond the Clouds, for later. So, in just a second, before the next fight, we are going to do a menu that is going to equip some things on my blades here and just get myself ready for the rest of the game. Before that, we take a story rest at the end. Unfortunately, we can't level ourselves up here from this rest, so we're just going to have to keep going with the story. And after this cutscene, Mithra is going to be in our party, and we are going to be unable to swap to Pyra for now. So, Mithra is a really good blade, but the one issue with this is that we're not going to be able to easily have access to the fire blade combos, so that is why we wanted the fire blade on Rex. Because that's going to allow us to still get access to the fire blade combo we need without having Pyra, and that is very, very helpful for us. But before that fight, we have the second instance of zombie hovering here. So, during this cutscene, once the loading screen appears and it gets bright, that's when you want to start holding down all the trigger buttons and you want to keep it held down. And by doing this, we will be able to put ourselves into the zombie hover state after this cutscene ends, or at least after the loading ends. And we can swap to the Gormont to start walking, and since I aggroed another enemy, we get Gathering Sparks level 3, so I can get the potion stack. This will allow us to walk through the steam without dying here, since we are in zombie hover state, and if we swap back to Gormont, it'll trigger the cutscene. And once we press start to skip this cutscene, you want to immediately hold down the zombie hover code buttons again, so you can be in zombie hover one more time to go through this pile of steam. And once we are done with that, we will swap back to Crossset and then back to Gormont one more time so he can trigger the next cutscene. Make sure you do that, because if you fail one of the zombie hovers, you're going to end up losing a lot of time, and turning off the steam itself, to what the game intends you to do, does end up costing quite a bit of time in general also. So now that we triggered the cutscene, we're going to drop down and get a landmark that we're going to need later on, which is the Naharl Central Plaza, I believe. I can't remember that's exactly how it's pronounced or not. And once we do that, then we're going to do a big menu before the next fight. Naharl Central Plaza, not Naharl. I don't know what I was thinking. So the first thing we're going to want to do is pull Wulfric on Nia and pull Corvin on Rex. And we're going to want to do that because we have some menuing we need to do with Corvin on Rex later on. We're just going to want to stick Wulfric on Nia for now. And the reason for that is because he will give us field skills we need for this chapter, as well as an attack blade equipped on Nia, which will give us a 10% attack boost because of how the damage formula works. If you have a single attack blade equipped on a person, then they will get a 10% damage bonus. If you have 2, it'll get a 15. If you have 3, they'll get 20%. Depending on the role of the blade, they can give you special effects. Since Crosset's technically a healer blade, even though she does a bunch of damage, she doesn't get the bonus effect of being an attacker, but that's not really a major deal. So after that, I put Ball Attachment on Nia so she has extra damage, and we get rid of the Fluffly Hat since the extra 20 ether doesn't really matter that much anymore. And then we put 2 love sources on Rex and then get him the jelly again, because that's because we want to develop both Corvin and Mithra at the same time here, because we're going to need access to both of their charts later on. Or at least we want to give Corvin a lot of damage later on, even though we don't actually check his chart all that much. We check Crosset's chart so she can get all her new skills. We put Hunter's Chemistry on her. And then we dequip Corvin from Rex because we do not need him from now. And since we have Hunter's Chemistry on Crosset, that is going to allow us to get max affinity much faster in this fight. So this fight right here is one of my blunders in this chapter. I don't think it ends up costing me all that much time, but it was a very scary fight. It was much scarier than it should have been just because I made one very, very minor mistake. Because I thought I had enough time to do something when I did not. So typically this fight's going to start out like all the others. Lila's a lot tankier than most of the enemies we've faced in the past, so we're going to need basically full potion stack to kill her if we don't get a break on her. And she also has much higher break resist than any other enemy we've fought so far. You can only break her about 30% of the time, which is much lower than pretty much any other enemy up to this point. So after using my level 1, I'm going to want to try to charge up to my level 4. Rex is going to be able to use Burnout here once he swaps to the Fire Blade, and we're going to try to use that later on. I'm basically trying to save it for the last possible one when I can, so I can try to get the fusion combo here. And I end up waiting slightly too long. I'm like pressing the button to use it right when heat ends up expiring. I thought I had more time than I did. So you're going to see me use heat like the frame it appears instead of burnout. And the problem with that is now I'm using Burnout on Nia, so I'm not going to get nearly as much damage as I would with Mega Explosion, and this is going to extend the fight a lot. The Mega Explosion might not have killed there anyway, just because I didn't have enough potions at that point, but I had to use it to not die at that point, because I didn't have my healing art up, and I was at 300 HP. So now I just gotta rush my level 3 as fast as possible here, and this is going to end up costing me some time. So right now I'm just trying to limit the damage and heal myself as much as I can while not dying. It ends up being very interesting. I almost die again, but I'm able to get Mega Explosion off, and in this fight, I think I lost about 30-ish seconds here, which is not terrible considering how much worse this could have gone if I ended up dying with Nia, but it definitely should have been a lot better fight. The next fight is scary at this level. I've had more trouble with this one recently than any other fight in the speedrun. I've hence learned a pretty good strategy to make it really safe, but it's a little bit slow, and since I lost some time on that fight, I ended up going for the more risky strategy, because I think I was really close to level 25 here, which would have made it a little bit safer. Basically, it's a fight against Mor Ardain and 3 Ardanian soldiers, and with all that many enemies, if they all target you, you could be in a lot of trouble. And the reason they are attacking is because they heard word of an artificial blade going wild. If you couldn't tell, Lila was that artificial blade we just fought. But Mor Ardain and everyone are mistaking it for Poppy for obvious reasons, because Poppy's supposed to be the only artificial blade in the world. As it turns out, Tora recognized Lila, because Lila was the artificial blade of his father. And he is wondering why she is being used for evil and attacking everyone. And we try to go put a stop to her, but once we fight her once, she ends up disappearing, and we are getting blamed for the issue here. So this begins a little bit of Tora's character arc in this chapter. And as it turns out, at this point in the fight, I'm still level 24, but once I kill a single soldier, that will change, and I'll get a level up. I'm a little bit low on HP, but I'm able to stay safe for now, because Tora's able to take most of the aggro off me until that second healing art there. But now I'm going to be in a little bit of trouble here. But if I can get this break art off and she gets broken, I should be fine. Actually, I go for the heal first. That was probably really smart of me. That makes it a little bit safer. And then I get the break that I need. And we're going to use my level 4 on this, but we're not going to sit here afterwards. We're going to immediately press the start button to chain attack. And the reason for this is if we didn't, then the Mega Explosion would have killed her before we could get the chain attack off. We chain attack here because we can use our specials on this fusion combo and get a very big bonus overkill and get a lot of experience. Mor Ardain's going to give us basically 4 or 5 levels worth of experience here, which is going to be very helpful for the rest of the run. So this is one of the most important chains you can get in the speedrun. There's only 2 or 3 more times, actually, I believe, that we chain attack in the speedrun. 2 of them are for experience, and the other is on the final boss, who just has a lot of HP. This is the first fight we do that will give us a lot of experience here. We get over a 400% bonus, which is going to multiply our experience by that amount, which is very nice. And you'll be able to see it. 20,000 experience is very, very high for this point in the game. We gain like 4 levels there, a bunch of skill points and everything that was going to be really useful later on. And we're ready to go. It's very important that we get those skill points pretty early too, because they're pretty important for something later on that's going to speed up combat even more. So after fighting Mor Ardain, we're able to successfully convince her that we are not the culprits, and we're going to help track them down. So Mor Ardain orders everyone to stop hunting us for now and grants us the ability to stay safe. She actually is a pretty nice person after all. So now we gotta hunt for Lila, which means gathering him some information all around this area here. And after we talk to this guy, we're going to be able to use another use of Zombie Hover, which is going to save us about 5 to 6 seconds. Upon skip traveling back to Kid Eye Gate, as long as you press the Zombie Hover buttons immediately after skip traveling, you will be in a state of Zombie Hover after getting back. And if you swap to Dromark, you will be in Zombie Hover state and be able to move, and we can jump all the way down to these barrels down here and get the next story flag taken care of. Now, there's a way to do this without using Zombie Hover, but like I said, you'll lose about 5 to 6 seconds. But all in all, it's not really a big deal either way. But still, if you can get free time save, it's worth going for. So after we do that landmark, we can get some more information from one of the shopkeepers in town. But he's a little bit greedy, so we're gonna have to buy some stuff from a shop to get information from him. And I don't blame him. If people wanted to ask you for information, you should probably buy some stuff from them, right? Luckily, we got plenty of gold. We're not really starved for that, so we're able to easily meet his cost here. And he gives us some information, but if we want the rest, we have to buy stuff from him again, and then he tells us the rest of the stuff we want to know. And now we are on our way. We're going to talk to a guy who's going to give us some more info about how to find Lila. And coming up is the field check we really needed Boreas for. So I mentioned before that Boreas saves like 2.5 minutes of time. And the reason for that is because he comes with the field skill Napon Wisdom. Now, if you don't have level 3 Napon Wisdom, your only choice at this upcoming field skill check besides that is to wait 30 minutes on a Merc mission to gather the information that way. But if you have the Napon Wisdom level 3, you're able to instantly decipher some information that is able to get you to where you need to go. So having Boreas gives us Napon Wisdom level 3 since we have Napon Wisdom level 2 on Poppy already. If we did not have that, what we would have to do is give another love source to Tora, and then get Tora's Poppy's Napon Wisdom level 3 by talking to 40 more Napon. Now, that is a huge pain considering talking to the 20 we needed was already like a minute of time, so you can imagine that's at least another 2 minutes plus the extra menuing time. And if you... which is fine if you're in a marathon run, of course, but if you're not, then it's just such a pain if you're trying to go for a really fast world record time or something. So fortunately we get Boreas, and we're also able to check Mithra's chart really quickly to get some skills I want from later on as well. And luckily, even if we don't get Pity Group 1, which has a 40% chance of being gotten anyway, Boreas has really high odds of being picked in Pity Groups 2 and 3 as well, so you have pretty high odds of getting him most runs, but it is really annoying if you can't. So as you can imagine, there's a lot of really annoying field skills in this game that can gate progress. This is the first example of one, and luckily we don't have to do that 30-minute Merc mission. If that was like a requirement, then that would definitely change the speed run quite a bit, because I don't know what we would do during that 30 minutes, honestly. But luckily we're able to skip all of that thanks to having Boreas. Unfortunately, no other rare blades get Napon Wisdom that we can pull from Gacha cores. There is another alternative method if you can't get Poppy's Napon Wisdom, and that is to salvage for a blade called Cassandra, which takes about 4 minutes to get her and do the fight required to get her. And the other blade that's notable that has Napon Wisdom is Dagas, and the problem with Dagas is that he has 2 affinity charts, and the first one does not have Napon Wisdom on it, and to get the second one you'd have to do an entire quest line and do a bunch of things, then it just doesn't work out for the speedrun, of course. So after reading the barrels, we're supposed to report back to Mor Ardain, but before we do that, we get a landmark, so we're ready to go to our next destination afterwards. And we learn that Lila is in an old factory at the edge of the continent. So our goal is to infiltrate this factory and see what's going on with that. But before that, we, of course, came back to Mor Ardain because we need to report to Mor Ardain what's going on and get on our way after that. Many people think this is probably one of the worst chapters in the game, and in some ways I can understand why that is. It starts off with the little rock side quest that feels like story filler at some points. And then a lot of this stuff doesn't really relate much to the whole overarching plot. And it focuses a lot on Tora's character art more than anything. And I'm actually a big fan of Tora, so I don't really mind it all that much. But I can agree that it's definitely one of the weakest chapters in the game, because once Chapter 5 starts, that's when the story really picks up and just never stops from that point on, and it ends up becoming one of my favorite stories. I still think it's better than the original game, but people don't really like if you say that. At least fans of the first game don't. But I definitely like the characters of this game a lot more. It's one of my favorite casts in gaming, second only to probably Xenosaga. I like almost everyone in the main cast. There's only a couple that I didn't really care for all that much. So while we're on the way to the factory, we run into a familiar face that's going to stop us and fight us again. He is once again convinced that he is the appropriate driver of the Aegis, and that we should give the power of the Aegis to him, and that there are no cliffs that he can fall off of this time, so he's not worried at all. Yep, it is our friend Zeke. So Zeke this time around, he's not really a major issue. He doesn't have a lot of health, so we're able to kill him pretty easily here as long as we can get the required amount of potions. Unfortunately, Rex gets the first one, but that's not really a major issue as long as we can collect the remaining ones from here on out. So I keep Boreas on Rex so it's a little bit faster to dequip him for a menu later, and that means I'm going to have to instantly use Burnout once he swaps to that blade before he swaps back to Mithra, and that's going to just ensure that we get what we need. I used my potion art a couple extra times here to ensure I get the potions I need for this fight. And I also make sure that I am at a high enough HP so Dynamic Spark Sword can't kill me, because it does a lot of damage if it can hit all 3 hits. So once I get the break and topple here, I use my level 3 on him. He doesn't have a lot of health, like I said, so once you have enough potions, level 3 is plenty sufficient to kill him. And after that, we can head to the old factory and be on an extremely good pace through this point. We're on track to save a lot of time this chapter, but as I already said earlier, this is where things did not go so well. But before that, we have a couple more fights, so I'll just wait till we get there to explain that. So, luckily this continent's not all that big, and we can get to the old factory pretty fast. It's not as far a walk as something like Uriah or Gormont was earlier. And once we get to the factory, we realize where we are, and we're able to, since the front door is locked, we're able to get a conveniently placed ladder key in this treasure chest over here and just go up the side, which is, you know, very useful. So, the factory is probably the most stressful part of the game. Everything in here can be very worrying and stressful. So, once we get this landmark, we get development level 1 in Mor Ardain, which gives us some access to some extra Merc missions here. And that is when we're going to dequip Boreas, and we're going to send one more Rare Blade off with him. And completing this Merc mission will give us the other Hunter's Chemistry Aux Core we're going to want for later on. So that's why it's very important that you do that Merc mission as soon as you have your access to it, so your blades can get back in time, and you can get the Aux Core before a later point of the game. That Merc mission is going to take 30 minutes, so 30 minutes from now is when it's going to be completed, and luckily we don't have to craft the Aux Core till Chapter 6, so we got plenty of time. So upon getting to the factory, we learned that it's not actually abandoned after all. It was being used to create artificial blades and weapons for none other than Torna, and the mastermind behind this place was Bana, who was the Napon from the beginning of the game that sent us on the quest with Torna, in order to find the Aegis Pyra. So this conspiracy goes quite a bit deep. So once we realize what's going on, we're determined to put a stop to it. As it turns out, Lila is not the only person here, but Tor's dad is also here, being kept to work against his will. So now we are going to be determined not only to subdue Lila, but also to rescue him and stop the operations of Torna. So our first fight here, they sick some Jailer Turkins on us. They're really easy, and the speed of this fight really just depends on how much AoE you can get. If they all stand next to each other for your level 1 and your break art, which have AoE, then you can end this fight pretty fast. If they don't, you'll have to improvise a little bit and just try to do what you can to end the fight as fast as you can. All in all, though, just as long as you're doing what you can to save as much time as possible, it's not a major issue here. It would have been smart of me to change targets and use level 1 on this last Turkin here that was at full health, but unfortunately I didn't think about it during the actual run. But this level 1 here is going to end the fight, and after we deal with him, then we get to fight Lila one more time. She's virtually no different from last time, and since we're a much higher level this time, it should be a lot safer, and as long as I can remember to use Mega Explosion, then there should not be any issues. She's only 2 levels higher, and we are 7 levels higher, so as you might imagine, this is a much safer fight now. We just gotta get the potions that we want, and unfortunately Tor got that first one, but it's alright. And if we don't get the potions, we can alternatively get a break, which is also very nice. Being at 2 potions puts me at 160% damage stack, and we need roughly 480%, which is 6 potions, in order to be able to safely complete this fight. So that's why I'm going to be using my potion art a lot, since I can't really rely on breaking to get potions. And as you can see, we're in a lot less trouble this time. We're not taking all that much damage from her at all. And we almost got the potions we need now. And that's another resisted break, so I'm able to use my potion art after that, even though I don't get the fusion combo. And after collecting that potion, I go for one more break, and then I use my level 4. And I think I actually do get the break here, so that's a little bit of extra experience. And that's pretty nice. Topple also helps just for a little bit of extra insurance, but I'm nearly certain I would have killed with just the break, like no matter what. And after the Lila fight, we killed her before 149.30, which is absolutely insane. And then it all goes horribly wrong. Well, not all, because the run ended up being really good anyway, but I end up losing 2.5 minutes roughly to this clip. So most of the time I'm okay at this clip and I can get it like first try, but when I'm like extremely stressed or like nervous or not a good pace, I seem to struggle with this clip more than anything. So what you want to do is align yourself so that the bottom vision cone in the compass map is aligned perfectly with at a 90-degree angle with the wall. And then once you get to the middle of 2 lines with the dot at the top of the screen on the left side, you can jump through the wall here and land on a pipe. After landing on the pipe, you want to maneuver your control stick in a very precise way in order to land on the top of a door, and after landing on the door, you can just run into a area that the next fight is contained in. This overall saves about like 4 to 5 minutes of time, which is very nice, and it's why it's a great clip. You see, I was able to finally get through the wall there. Once doing that, I didn't actually do the second part right, so I ended up falling back to the floor where I was before. And it kind of just continues with some unfortunate luck when I keep trying to do this. I practice this clip a lot, because I always seem to struggle with it, but no matter how many times I practice it, if I'm on a good pace and I'm nervous, it becomes infinitely harder to do for me. And it's really did get me tilted a little bit because I was on a really great pace before this, but I end up being able to recover from it, and hopefully if I'm in a marathon run, I'll be able to pull it off without any kind of issues. It sucks that I ended up losing so much time here, because that was another one that should have worked out pretty well, but I ended up messing it up still. I think I'm probably getting really tilted at this point when I'm actually doing the run, and the more tilted you actually get when doing something like this, the harder it becomes to do even after that as well, so it is very fortunate I was able to eventually get it. I can't remember if this one also failed or not. It does, yeah. So even though I keep getting through the wall and onto the pipe, I keep failing the second part of it, which is... honestly, it really shouldn't be this difficult. I know how to move the control stick to do it, but for some reason it just becomes infinitely harder than it should be. So, if there's any really glaring weak spot of this run, this is the big glaring weak spot of this run. And this is something that can be improved if I'm ever on a pace this good again, for sure. And there's still time to save in this run, even though getting sub 4 was the goal for the longest time. I know that there's even a lot more time to save. Because I failed this, what, like 5 times by now? And this clip is really cool to pull off, but if you can't get it, it is very tilting, I will say that. But regardless of all my tilt, like I said, I'm very proud of myself for being able to recover after all of this and still get a really good run in. I think this is the time I finally actually end up getting it. This looks about right, so I finally land on the door like I'm supposed to, and I'm able to jump into this room, so I don't have to walk all the way around the factory and do a couple things to get in, which is very nice. And now we start a fight against Rosa. So, after defeating Lila the second time, she comes to her senses and realizes that she shouldn't be working for these people. And Bana gets really upset, and he's like, well, we designed another artificial blade based on Lila that's even better. So we just get a bigger-looking Lila. But, ironically enough, she's not really as threatening because the attack patterns are really slow. So, this is another 2-phase fight. And this is the only really annoying part of Phase 1. She'll topple you if you get hit by Bam Bam Rocket. But besides that, it's not really a hard fight at all. And after a little bit of time, we're able to end Phase 1. It was a little bit slower than I would have liked, but it ends up working out regardless. So, now we get to the second phase of the fight, and Tor is back for this section of the fight. He left our party for a very temporary moment of time. And he's back with a new form of Poppy QT, which is another fire blade. And basically, he's supposed to be a stronger version of the Poppy we already have, but he can swap between the forms at will to give us extra elements of Poppy. So that's pretty nice. So we have an extra fire blade if we need it, I guess, but it turns out we don't really need it, trust me. So I get that break there, which gives me a lot of potions, which is very nice to start this fight off. Ideally, we want to finish this fight with a fusion combo if we can for the experience and the guaranteed damage. So now that we've used all of one, it's going to be the same strategy as usual, which is going to be charging up my Mega Explosion Tier 4 and letting Rex use Burnout, or even Poppy if you want to. And not a ton of things to say. I try to get as many potions as I can as I'm doing this. I get the break I need though, so this fight's basically over as soon as my level 4 charges up. And Rosa's gonna go down. That is not the end of the chapter. We have one more fight after this, and this is one of the reasons we wanted the Water Blade. So, the next fight, we're fighting against 2 people, and basically, if we end a fight with Steam Explosion instead of Mega Explosion, which is fire, water, fire instead of fire, 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 it will give us an AoE radius on the level 3 blade combo, which can end up killing both enemies. So once we get to the landmark here, I'm going to do a little bit of menuing. This is very important. I get Arch Chain on Nia and Rex. It's basically what I've been building forward this entire time. Now I can cancel my arts into themselves, and that's going to help a lot. I ditched the instrument for an extra dessert on Nia, so we get maximum art recharge, and I'm just going to be spamming as many arts as I can now, and it's going to start speeding up the fights even more. Being another 2-phase fight here, and we don't have to do much in the first phase. We just got to get Mikao to like 3/4 of his HP. And then after that, we get some help from Morag, who decides she is going to join our party temporarily. But we don't actually put her in our party yet because she's not really equipped to do anything at this point in time, so we're going to keep using Tora in the second phase of this fight. And the second phase of this fight, something really unfortunate happens to me that cost me like 25 seconds, and I'll show you when we get there. But you can just see right now, just from being able to cancel arts into themselves, I'm able to save a lot of time in these fights and charge up my specials way faster than having the instrument now. So Mikao goes down. It took a little bit longer than I would have wanted there. If I would have gotten a break, it could have been a lot faster, but that's alright. So phase 2, like I said, you want to try to use Steam Explosion to hit both of them and kill both of them. And that is what I try to do here, and it really should have worked. But something really interesting ends up happening here. So if you end up killing an enemy with your level 4 special before the blade combo damage comes in, you don't get the blade combo damage at all. And basically what that means is that if I kill Mikhail with the level 4 special, then I don't get the Steam Explosion damage to kill Patroka with, and I have to basically just burn her down. Well, as it turns out, that's what ends up happening in this fight, so I lose quite a bit of time from that, sadly. Now, it's only like 25 seconds, because Patroka doesn't have a lot of HP, and I'd already built up all my potions, so it was pretty quick to get rid of her, but it really should have been a lot better than this. So the reason I think it became an issue is because I couldn't get this early break here like I wanted. I get knocked down there, which did not help matters at all. And all the while, Mikhail's still taking damage. So once I'm able to get the Steam Bomb into the top, he's already pretty low on HP. And I wait for Patroka to try to stand closer to him, and it looks like everything's going to be fine, but then I just suddenly start doing a lot of damage. And the last hit of level 4 ends up killing him, and I don't get to kill Patroka how I wanted to at all. So, luckily, like I said, we can burn through Patroka's health bar pretty fast, and I think it only cost me like 25 seconds from the time Mikhail died to the time Patroka died, but it's still pretty annoying nonetheless when I really should have had a much better fight than this. You still see she gets melted pretty fast, though, so that's really nice. So that is the ending of Chapter 4. I did not save nearly as much time as I should have there, but I'm still up ahead at this point, which is really nice. And that's basically the halfway point of the game. I know there's technically 6 chapters left, and we've only done 4, but the first 4 are about half the game, as far as the speedrun is concerned, and then the last 6 are the other half. It's not like a true half if you were to play the game normally, because there's a lot more cutscenes towards the end of the game, which is why the actual time in the speedrun is much lower, because you're not watching as many cutscenes. Or you're not actually watching any cutscenes at all, you're just rushing the story itself. So now that we're on the ship, we meet my favorite character, Hayes, or my favorite girl at least. She's called Fan Lenorn right now, but her name is Hayes, just trust me on that. I really like her a lot, she's really sweet and wonderful, you know. Has a nice design. And, basically at the end of Chapter 4, she has come to help guide us to Indol. She is, someone who is from Indol and is going to help us get there. And, to get to Indol, we have to pass through Leftheria. Leftheria is where Rex was born and where he was from. That was the plot point at the beginning of the game. And Leftheria is a beautiful area. There's a lot of downtime of walking to get to where we want to go, but it's a really nice area to walk through, unlike something that comes later on. And, this is a great time for those donations. It's the calm before the storm, if you will. But like I said, it's a very wonderful area. It has great music. It's really relaxing, and it's one of my favorite areas in the game for sure. But we have a lot of walking to get to where we want to go. It's like 7 to 8 minutes of walking to get to one point, and then there's a lot of walking later on in the chapter as well. There's only 4 fights in this chapter, so... And 3 of them are right at the end of the chapter. So there's a lot of downtime in this chapter for sure, but it's a nice, calm, relaxing chapter as we wait for everything to happen. There are a couple things to keep in mind. You want to make sure you're doing some menus later on well, because there are a lot of important things that will happen in this chapter. But for now, we can relax a bit, having gotten past the most stressful part of the game. It does suck that I lost so much time on the factory clip here, but like I said, I'm very happy with how I was able to recover from it, and have a really good time at the end of this speedrun. So one of the really good positives about this chapter is that if you've been drinking a lot of water, there is a perfect time to go to the bathroom. And the reason you can do that is because there's a feature known as auto run, which allows you to keep running even if you're not holding anything on the control stick. And there just so happens to be a very long period of time where you just run straight ahead, and it lasts for like over a minute, so there's plenty of time to go pee and come back, you know. It's a really nice section. I've taken advantage of it quite a bit in the past, for sure. I think I might have even on this run. I can't actually remember.
Good morning. Rise and shine.
But as you can see, Leftheria is a really pretty area. It's basically a big archipelago with a bunch of different islands on it, and each island has its own environment and its own enemies, and the music's just beautiful throughout. And right now we're trying to go to Rex's home island, which is Fonset. That is where his village is. He's very supportive of his village. He sends a lot of money back there, as you've learned in Chapter 1. And he's all around a really good guy. I like Rex a lot, honestly. A lot of people don't like Rex that much, but I really like Rex. I used to not like him that much when I first played the game, but he's grown on me quite a bit over the years, I think. And like I said, I really like most all the characters in the game. I like Mithra, I like Nia, I like Morag, I like Zeke, I like pretty much everyone. Like, I wasn't really the biggest fan of Pyra when I first played the game, and even now I still don't really care much for her character, and it's kind of a meme for me to like jokingly hate on Pyra, but even her, I think she's a better character than most JRPG characters, and I still like her a lot for just being a big part of this game. I could probably talk all day about how much I love this game, like how great the battle system is, the environments, the music, the story. And if for some reason you're watching this and haven't played this game, I really highly recommend you play it. It's such a wonderful game, and I hope you will grow to love it just as much as I do. So after that cutscene, we're approaching the area where you're walking in a straight line. After we do a quick field thing to open up one of the walls during this tunnel, we're going to be walking straight ahead for a very long period of time. Not very long, but, you know, long enough to go do some stuff if you need to do something very quickly during the actual run. And here it is. You will just be walking pretty much straight ahead from here on out for the next minute and a half or so. So like I said, if this was in a marathon run, this was a great time for donations or to talk about something else if that's needed. Very tranquil, very peaceful. You'd be able to get through pretty much every donation during this section of the game. And it's very calming, too. So, if I remember correctly, I think right here is when I pressed the Y button and I just left for a minute. So, you'll notice that once we get out of this area, there is... It looks like there's nothing and we're just going to walk off the cliff, but the Cloud Sea is below us and we can keep swimming straight ahead, and it's still the fastest way to get to where we want to go. No, it looks like I wasn't anywhere. It looks like I just moved the camera. So I didn't actually go anywhere during this one. So we are closing in on the area we need to go, which is Rex's hometown. We don't actually end up doing all that much there. It's just a big story dump section for the most part. We visit Rex's parents' grave with Pyra. We have a nice sweet moment with her. We talk to his Aunt Corrine, and there's a bunch of really big story dump things related to Rex's childhood and everything there. And it's a nice little peaceful section before we get rolling with the actual plot that starts picking up very soon and does not stop until the end of the game. Like I said, this is basically the calm before the storm, and there's not going to be all that much downtime the rest of the game after this chapter. There will be one slight section, I would say, after that, and then after that, it'll basically be... The story's going to hit an overdrive. There will be some sections during, like, walking sections where they'll be free to talk about donations, of course, but the story will pick up, and it's not going to get, like, calm again until the very end of the game. So we finally made it to Fonset Island, which is the island we wanted to get to. And like I said, we won't be here long. It's just going to be more skipping some cutscenes here and going to the required story flags before we are on our way. And as you can see, that was already a pretty big chunk of the chapter, just trying to get to where we need to go. About 7 minutes or so. That's not really a bad thing at all. I really like walking through Leftheria, honestly. It's a nice area.
Hey, look what I found.
And so, we will be coming back here quite a bit throughout the game. So, even though we're not here very long right now, it is an important location for us later on. And like I just said, we're going to go visit the grave with Pyra and have a nice little touching moment there with her. The game really tries to ship Rex with Pyra, even though I prefer Mithra. But, you know, what can you do about something like that? Oh, hey, I just realized I forgot to explain the final boss of Chapter 4. So Patroka and Mikhail are basically two other members of Torna. They're the last two we haven't met yet. Mikhail was actually an ally of Mithra back in the day, but he went with Jin when Jin also started that group. I guess that means I haven't really explained the backstory behind Torna yet either. Let me do that when I get a moment. So after we talk to Corrine in this in her house here, we're basically going to be on our way after this. Okay, so Jin used to be a very nice person. He basically fought against Malos back in the day, 500 years ago with Mithra. So as it turns out, Malos is another Aegis, and it's not just Mithra. But since Malos was defeated in the Aegis Wars 500 years ago, he basically lost all his power, and that's one of the reasons they wanted Pyra at the beginning of the game, to get Malos his powers back. Basically, Jin became very jaded over the years because of events that happened in his life, and he learned that humanity was really bad, and he wanted to, basically go against them because of things that happened to his previous driver, Laura. Once Malos finds him, they end up teaming up this time around, and he joins him, even though they used to fight in the past. And Mikhail was a child at the time that all this happened, and he used to be part of the group with Jin and Mithra back in the day, but he was very close to Jin and Laura, so it makes sense that he would go with them. And the reason he still is not, or still alive now and not dead, is because he has fused himself with a blade to become basically immortal like a blade is. And Patroka is just someone who joined Torna. Along with Akos, they're just basically antagonists that we don't get a ton of backstory about until later on, but they don't have much backstory compared to the other three members. So now we fight Zeke one last time. He wants to test us one last time, but this time he's serious, you know, because he wasn't serious the first two times. And I guess they try to show that by having the music change. It's not the typical music that we normally have, it's the more menacing boss music for him this time around. But ironically enough, he's probably easier here than he was the second time, just because we have Archchain now, and if we get a break in this fight, we can end him pretty fast. And even if we don't, it's not really a major deal. As long as we get enough potions, level 4 will end him with or without a break. But luckily I'm able to actually get a break there, which is really nice, and that's going to end the fight. So after this fight, it is revealed that all along Zeke was basically just testing us as well, and he's actually a nice guy who's not actually after the Aegis' power, or so he says. He is working for Indol also, and he's going to help guide us there. Except the only problem is he has really bad luck and he ends up falling off the cliff, and he'll just meet us there afterwards. So Hayes takes us to Indol instead, and we're able to arrive here in Indol. It's basically got the typical church feeling here, and you can just tell something is off by getting here once the choir music starts in the background. But let's not worry about all that for now. So the one thing about Indol is that it's kind of a really boring area. There's a lot of walking in here, but unlike Leftheria, it's kind of boring. There's a lot of skip traveling and walking just back and forth because there's not enough landmarks to go to some of the cutscenes. So we got a while before we actually get to some more interesting stuff. We got like maybe 4 more minutes of walking and stuff before we can move on to what is more exciting during this section of the chapter. So now that we're in Indol, we're going to be able to meet up with Praetor Amalthus, and he was the driver of Cole. He knows how to get to the World Tree, apparently, but we also learn that he is the driver of Malos, who is the Aegis, the other Aegis. It seems that Malos went rogue 500 years ago, and they haven't worked together since, but he was the original driver for Malos, and he also got the original core crystal for Mithra, who he let the hero Adam bond with, in order to stop Malos, who was his own creation. So at first glance, it seems like Amalthus isn't like a bad guy, but when you're talking to him, the image of Malos appears at one point, so that kind of foreshadows he may not be all he's cracked up to be. But we won't actually know until we get further in the game, so let's keep playing for now. Like I said, there's a lot of cutscenes in this section, and once we have our audience with Praetor Amalthus over the things we want to talk to him about, while we're resting the next night, it turns out that someone has attacked Orion forces on the continent of Temperantia. So Temperantia is a buffer continent between Mor Ardain and Orion, and tensions have been flaring between the two for a while now. As it turns out, Jin took over one of the Ardanian battle titans and has attacked Orion forces, and it seems like Mor Ardain did not want this to happen because it could end up leading to war, and everyone's really worried about it, so we end up going to Temperantia in the middle of the night to try to put a stop to what is going on. So that's going to be the next plot here, but we have to get through all of Indol first. So like I said, this is another good time for donations. There's not really that much going on here because, you know, we're just walking. Chapter 5 is a great time for donations just because there's definitely the downtime chapter, I will say that. And Indol is probably the most boring part of the speedrun to me, but it's not always that. It's not really that bad because you're not here that long. And after all of this, Zeke ends up joining your party, which is awesome, but we don't really use Zeke in the speedrun. He's a really good driver post-game, but he has no use in the speedrun, unfortunately, so we're just going to stick with our party of Nia and Rex and Morag. We'll be replacing Tor after this with Morag, because Morag's going to be overall a lot more useful than Poppy forms, because we can't really develop the Poppy forms, and Bridget all around is a much better blade right off the bat. Tora doesn't really get his super amazing blade until you do a quest later on in the game. We can't afford to do that during the speedrun. So now that it's the middle of the night, we've learned that in Temperantia stuff is going down, and we're about to have to head off there. When Morag learns what happened, she gets really upset because she thinks one of the senators of Mor Ardain is who issued the attack order, so she rushes off to go find him and just going to start yelling at him, but the senator's like, wait, no, it wasn't me, I didn't do anything. And then that's when we find out that we got to go stop it ourselves. So after this cutscene, we're going to put Morag into our party instead of Tora and get ready for the fights towards the end of this chapter. There is one thing we're going to need to do before that, and that is what we needed the level 4 Earth Mastery for, and that's going to be getting the Shining Star Chips. They are essentially post-game core chips, but we're going to get them in Chapter 5. They are in a treasure chest that requires Earth Mastery level 4 and Fortitude level 2. That's the word I'm looking for. We get Fortitude automatically from Poppy QT and Crossette, so we just needed the 4 Earth Blades to get that. Wolfert counts as one, and then we needed 3 for the rest of the game. And you could skip these core chips, but the thing is, you need 2 Earth Blades to get the story anyway, and they're just so helpful to get and save so much time that it's just definitely worth it to go for the extra Earth Blade and get these core chips. Now, in order to get these core chips in Chapter 5, we're going to have to take advantage of the zombie hover technique again. Now, the reason we have to use Zombie Hover to get them is because upon triggering a certain cutscene, you will activate a death plane on the lower half of the continent. And by using Zombie Hover, we're able to go past this cutscene without triggering it, allowing us to go to the lower half of the continent and get what we need to get. So I'm going to trigger a Zombie Hover here after I collect the beta scope from this chest. If I start holding down the trigger buttons at the exact moment Nia starts going with the E sound, I can get into a state of Zombie Hover without actually dying. And once we get on Dromark, we can get on our way. I get the Merc mission back there because it has been 30 minutes, so we're going to be able to accept that back as well. And since I'm in a state of Zombie Hover, if I have Cross-Set or Wolfric active on Nia, I'll be able to walk right past the cutscene trigger when we get to it and not worry about triggering it at all. So the reason this is called Zombie Hover is not actually seen in this run, but basically if you have anyone besides Dromark active, if you jump in the air and you land on the ground, you will be in a hovering state where you can just keep moving around as if you were walking, but you'll just be like suspended in midair. And Dromark kind of bypasses the hover part of it, so I don't know why it's still called that, but it is very funny nonetheless. So once we get to this part down here on this cliff, we can swap to Cross-Set and walk right past the cutscene trigger. We normally trigger right about here. And once we get past that, safely, we're able to swap back to Dromark and get the landmark so we can skip travel back to this point later on. And we are also going to get another landmark up here before jumping down to the lower half of the continent and going to the chest that we need to go to.
I've gained a new memory.
So this treasure chest contains 3 Shining Star chips, and we're going to put them on Corvin, Brigid, and of course Cross-Set. These are definitely the best 3 choices for this, because we're going to be using Brigid the rest of the run on Morag, and Corvin's going to be on Rex for some important fights later on, and Cross-Set, of course, is going to be on Nia. So basically, all 3 of our drivers are going to have the Shining Star chips that we need. There's a lot of walking to get to where we need to go here, but once we get what we need, then the chapter and the fights are going to go pretty fast here. There's a very important menu coming up that we're going to have to remember to do a couple things in, and I'll try to explain everything that's going on when we do it. The first thing is I'm going to want to go to my arts menu and replace one of the arts on Corvin on Rex. I think Victory Slash for Starfall Blade. That's going to make sure Rex has an evasion art when he needs it on Corvin later on. Afterwards, I need to make sure I have Earth Blades equipped on the people that I need them on, so I'll have to go into the Blade menu to do that. Before that, I also need to make sure I overdrive the blades that I need to the drivers that I need them to be on. And then I'm going to go to my driver skill trees and get the ability to use arts at the start of battle on Nia, Rex, and Morag. And then I will put the beta scope I picked up on Nia and the Abyss Vesk on Morag. And then finally, I will put the Narcipair Jelly on Morag. Actually, I put the Whisper Quarter on her this run because I decided it would be a better idea based on everything I had seen. So she's going to have special recharge instead of art recharge, since she'll automatically have 2 arts at the start of battle because of how I set her up. So those are the overdrives I just did that I'm going to need later on. I put 2 Earth Blades on Zeke because we're not using him for the actual speedrun, so I can just leave the Earth Blades on him the rest of the run, which is going to help save some menuing time later. I put Corvin on Rex for now because I'm going to need to give him the Shining Star chip. So let me explain what the beta scope is now. The beta scope reduces enemy break resist by 25%, and that is going to help us quite a bit over the course of this run, because it's an additive effect. So if an enemy only had like a 40% chance to break before, you now have a 65% chance to break them. That's going to be very useful for giving us some breaks in some fights later on, since enemies are going to have higher break resist than they used to have before now. So I put Whisper Quarter on Morag. It ends up helping out throughout the run. I think it's a lot better than what I was doing before with the Desert, because Morag gets her special level 1 up a lot faster now, which is all she really needs to do for the most part. And her level 2, actually, for some fights. So now we can get the treasure chest out of the ground, and we are going to get these really powerful core chips. You're going to see just how much of a massive difference it's going to make when I equip them. If you thought Cross-Set was strong before, just wait until we equip these. It'll more than double our damage, which is absolutely insane. I go from 254 to 651 on my auto attack on Cross-Set, which is really ridiculous. Corvin's going to go all the way to 941, and Brigid, I believe, goes to 675, yes. So they're all really powerful now. So after that, I'm going to swap to Mithra, and then I'm supposed to dequip both Nim and Corvin, but I completely forget to dequip Nim for some reason. And it doesn't end up affecting my fights too bad, but it was kind of stupid of me, because she's a healer blade, so Rex would be after my potions if I didn't get them early on myself. So with all that done, with all that menuing done, we're able to go back to the story and trigger the cutscenes we need to trigger. And now we're going to go into 3 straight fights back to back. Alright, so the first fight here is going to have 2 enemies in it, technically. One is this giant core, and the other is a set of wires. The core will infinitely regenerate health, so there's nothing we can really do about it. We have to defeat the wires to end this fight. Technically, they're called power lines, not wires. And with our newfound power, this is not going to be very difficult at all. All we gotta do is use a level 4 burnout after we collect about 3 or 4 potions, and that should basically do the trick. If he has any HP after that, it's not going to last much longer. So we use Bridget's level 1 because that's going to give us the most damage with the level 1 special. And after that, I charge him at level 4 as soon as I'm able and use that. So we have... Burnout's going to do most of the damage here, since it's not like a fusion combo, since we can't actually break the power lines. It doesn't quite kill, but the DOT damage that we're getting is going to end the fight pretty much shortly after anyway, even with that blast hammer doing a lot of damage to us. So the next fight, Jin finally appears, and we finally get our first crack at him. So with our new beta scope, we have pretty good odds to break him at this point, so we're going to look forward to doing that. But Mori actually beats me to the punch, because Bridget also has her own break art. So our goal here is to use a level 3 on a fusion combo and kill him. We're going to end up getting hit by a move called Skyward Slasher, which is going to lower our affinity, which means we can't use our level 4 special. But fortunately, that's not really a big deal in this fight, thanks to our newfound power. As long as we can get a very good kill here pretty early on, we'll be fine. So the most annoying move he actually has is this move, Stun Swallow. It's an evasion art that's going to launch us no matter what, and it's going to waste a little bit of our time. But once that's done, all we got to do is land one more break, and even if he uses Skyward Slash twice like that, it doesn't matter. All I got to do is get the level 3 on him, and on the fusion, with the potions we stacked up, and with the extra damage from the Shining Star chips, he'll be easy pickings. So... yeah, that's plenty of damage to kill. We didn't need to worry about anything. The only time Skyward Slash is an issue is if you lose all of your affinity and can't use specials at all. But that's never going to be an issue with the Hunter's chemistry we've already got. So after we fight Jin, he ends up killing Hayes in a very sad cutscene that makes me upset because I really like Hayes, but that's okay. Now we get to fight the core without being able to regenerate HP. It still has a little bit of life left in it, and we just got to fight it now. Your chance of breaking this enemy is roughly like 30%, so the fact that I got a break there is really nice, because it's going to give me a lot of extra potions for this fight, which is going to end up helping out quite a bit. So now the goal is to get my level 4 special up if I can, but if you get enough potions, you can actually end this with another fusion combo on level 3, which is actually what I think I end up doing here. I intended to do it a different way, but because he was using a move called Razor Thread that was going to shackle Crossette and cause me to lose a bunch of time if I didn't go for the kill right here, I pretty much had no choice but to go for the level 3. It's not nearly as guaranteed as level 4 is, and the level 4 can actually kill if you don't get a break, but that's all I had to really go for here, and luckily I do have the damage I need and get the kill that I needed on the core. And that is going to be the end of Chapter 5. I'm able to save over a minute of time here and get some of that time back that I ended up losing in Chapter 4 due to some bad luck. And now we move on to Chapter 6, where we're going to have to do a little bit more walking around in Indol during the first part of this chapter. Yeah, it's not the most exciting thing in the world, but it's a nice reprieve after the 3 fights we just had, and gets us to mentally prepare for the next part of the speedrun. So there ends up being a council and talk between the leaders of Mor Ardain and Uriah to try to settle issues with everything going on. And we get Zeke to add as a third party. We learn he's actually named Ozzy Tantal, and he is the crown prince of the continent of Tantal. And this just so happens to be the next place we want to go, because in order to access the World Tree, we need to get an item from this continent called the Omega Fetter, which will allow us to control Ophion. And that is what's going to let us to finally access the World Tree, which we've been trying to do since Chapter 2. But before we can leave, we have to settle matters between the two countries of Mor Ardain and Uriah, and Mithra is going to be a big part of that as the Aegis Blade, because she is going to act as a testimony along with Zeke. And that is the cutscene we are heading towards now on this long walking path. I really wish they would have put a landmark in this throne room. It would have saved so much time during both this chapter and the last one, but for some reason they decided to make us have to keep walking to this area the entire time. And we still got a little bit more skip traveling and walking to do during this chapter in this area. And after that, we're going to move on to the next part of the story. We get another little filler side quest here, kind of like the rock side quest, where we learn that Bana is back, and he's planning to ruin the banquet between Uriah and Mor Ardain by trying to kill the leaders of both countries. And we're going to have to do a little side quest where we gather information and figure out what's going on with that. Before that, we're going to get a little bit of info dump here, where we learn a little bit more about Hayes, and how half her core crystal was missing when she died, as if someone must have stolen it, which is very interesting since Hayes is supposed to be the Blade of Amalthus, you know. Her funeral is a pretty sad moment. It's a big deal in Indol because everyone, like, respected her out here. So that's unfortunate. Last thing we got to do, we talk to Amalthus one more time, I believe, and then we're going to head off to Tantal. Or so we think, but then we got to do the side quest I talked about. So this is a more of a reprieve section. You could easily have donations or something here. And yeah, I'm kind of thankful for this section because it does give you a nice break after the 3 fights you just did, which can be very stressful at times. Like, they can go a lot more wrong than you just saw there, especially if Razor Thread gets off in the last fight, or Jin does some really troll things to you because of his high agility, where he avoids break arts and all that stuff. And even the power line fight can be an issue if you can't get potions in time for what you need to do, because it has a very severe spike damage that can end up costing you a lot of time. But overall, those fights went really well this run, and I'm really happy with how they ended up going. And the next fight is probably one of the easier fights in the run, because we have nearly guaranteed breaks, and the enemies are not really that difficult. Or the main enemy. There's actually 2 fights coming up, and the one I'm thinking of is actually the second one of those. So, once we get back to the main gate, this is where we learn that Bana is scheming something, and we have to talk to every single person that has a notification above their head. So unlike the other missions like this, where we only had to talk to like a couple people, this one we have to talk to everyone. So we try to go in the most efficient path here to talk to the people as fast as possible and limit skip travels, while also saving the most amount of time. So one thing you noticed me doing was dequipping everyone but Nia, and that's because you can save some time when you're talking to people if Nia is the one that talks to them. And the reason for this is really strange. It's that if your allies decide to talk to them instead, it lags a little bit and you lose like 3 or so seconds every time. So since we have to talk to so many people, you'll end up saving time by only having Nia in the party and just equipping your party members after this section. So we're going to make smart use of skip travels to save time to talk to all of these double exclamation point people on the map. And we'll max through the text as fast as possible. Not really much to say about that. This is one of the more boring sections of this run. I think after this, nothing else is boring the rest of the game. I think it's pretty fun to watch after this, for the most part. And even after this little quest here where you're gathering information in, the fights are actually pretty cool after this. We're going to be using our second chain attack coming up. I guess it's technically the third chain attack, because the first one was a one we always end up doing because of the free orb we get. Now that I think about it, there's actually another chain attack I wasn't even thinking about, but it's quite a bit different from the others, and you'll see why. So there is a lot of people to talk to here. I think there's 10 people, maybe 11? Something like that. Still a lot of people that we got to keep track of, and the final skip travel here is going to go back to the main gate, talk to a guy in a corner over here, and then go to the last person, and then go to the final destination we need to go to. Basically, we're going to have to make sense of the information we got. And if I get the right answers, we're allowed to move on, except the last one. The last one, you can answer anything you want, and it doesn't matter, if I remember correctly. So the correct answers here are that the summit's being held in the battleship. The method that the assassination is going to take place with is poison. It's going to be the main meal of the banquet. And then the Turken are the one who are poisoning it. I accidentally go scroll down too far, but I don't lose any time to that. So, based on the information we gather, we think that they're going to poison the meals, and that's how this assassination is going to happen of the leaders of the countries. So what we're going to go do is go fight these Turken that are apparently poisoning the food. Well, slight spoilers for the next 2 minutes. It turns out that these chefs, these Turken, are not actually poisoning the food. They're world-class chefs that were hired. And we are just knocking them out for basically no reason at all and hurting them just for our own assumption. So I changed around my party a little bit, and I put Corvin and that Water Blade back in my party. I'm not going to need the Water Blade yet, but it's just a save on a menu later on. Actually, I don't put the Water Blade on yet. I've dequipped him. I think I put him on in Chapter 6. So I put Corvin to the start of my party because I'm going to need him for a chain attack coming up to deal as much damage as possible. And I also just want him equipped for Chapter 6 in general because there's a couple fights coming up he's going to be very useful in. So, we're fighting these Turken. They got the chef hats on, and they're actually pretty tanky for Turken. We gotta work for these kills more than anything. Even with the Shining Star chips, they can be quite tanky. Even with cross-sets damage. Luckily, we get to a point where once we get enough potions, level 1 specials are going to be enough to kill them on the fusion combos we get on them. And I think I try to target the last full health Turken here to save as much time as I can, but I get stuck on the table, which is not cool. And once I break him, I'm able to use level 1. That's going to end the fight, I believe. And we are done. And after we basically destroy the Turken, we learn, wait, they're not actually poisoning the food. And we try to figure out what happens, and then when we walk back into the hangar area, we learn that he was just going to try to bomb everyone with Giga Rosa, which is just Rosa with a G on her forehead. And we had to fight Rosa again, except she has a G on her forehead, so it's different, you know. But we're not really worried about this fight. We have a really high break chance, and we're just going to take advantage of that as much as we can to win this fight as fast as possible. Collect all the potions we can. The good thing about Giga Rosa, she gets a lot of experience, and we're going to need that experience for this run. So that is what we're aiming for. We're going to try to get a good fusion combo here and chain attack on top of it. So once I basically get the potions I need, I'm going to use Burnout and try to set up a double stack fusion combo on this break. And it looks like it's going to end up working out. I just got to use my level 4 special now, but Tora, being the genius he is, decides to topple at the last moment. That's not terrible. I still get a single stack fusion combo on the topple, but a double stack fusion on the break would have been a little bit of additional damage over this, which would have been nice, but this is still going to be good. This is still going to give me a lot of experience that I need. You see, after one special, I'm already at 301% bonus, which is just incredible. And the bonus percent rises slower the more damage you've actually done, so it's going to be difficult to get higher bonus once you've already got a bigger bonus. But I'm able to get over 400% with Corvin and Crossset carrying a lot of the damage here. Corvin's level 2 is really powerful, and you'll see that right here. While he's not as powerful as Crossset with her potion stack, he's still able to get over 421%. Whereas Poppy QT here gets a total of 1% with her special, so that's quite the difference. 39,000 experience on Nia is really good. We're going to be set for most of the experience we need until one of the upcoming fights later on. And that ends Giga Rosa. And after that, Bana decides to try to blow up everyone anyway, and Niall, who was Morag's brother, ends up trying to protect everyone and basically dies in the blast. But Nia is actually, this is where the plot twist was revealed, that she's actually a flesh eater blade, which means that she is a blade that has fused with human cells and has special powers. And she gets the entire party to leave so she can save Niall's life with her special healing powers, because she has like the power to regenerate basically everything and heal anything. So Nia's very special. Unfortunately, we don't actually care about Bladenia that much, because she's much better as a driver for combat purposes here, because using Crossset's very good. So here's the second instance of salvaging that we do in the run, and the only other instance we actually do. So the reason we're salvaging here is because we need to get 5 mechanical parts that can only be obtained by salvaging, and that's going to be these little collectible items on the ground. And when we get them, we will unlock Ancient Wisdom for Dromark. And we're going to need that field skill for a field skill check later on in the run. It's basically required, we can't do anything about it, so we need to get that field skill. That is the end of us salvaging, we don't have to worry about that for the rest of the run. With all of that finally being done, we finally get to the continent of Tantal. Probably the continent with my favorite music, and it's one of my favorite areas in the game. And it's a big snowy area. It's really nice. And it has some really nice music. It really sets the tension high. Lets you know you're pretty far in the game at this point. And, yeah, it's really nice. So if you don't actually have Perun, what you're going to want to do when you get here is actually throw rocks at some of these enemies while luring them with the down on the D-pad after targeting them. And the reason you're going to want to do that is because you need to get Aegion, and to activate Aegion, you need a certain number of enemy encounters, and you can't actually get that if you're not aggroing enemies. So Aegion has Ancient Wisdom on his skill tree, and Perun comes with it automatically. So if you don't end up pulling Perun, you can pull Aegion and lose about a minute of time, which is not really a major deal in a run like this, but it is nice to have Perun regardless. And since I do have Perun, I don't have to worry about throwing rocks at any enemies, and I can just walk straight ahead and go through with the story as fast as I can. Alright, after one more cutscene, we are on our way, and we're going to continue walking to Theoswar, the capital of Tantal. So, this continent's a big snowy continent. I think there was some reason for it, like the circulation wasn't good on this continent. The titan that everyone lives on here, which is Genbu. But I'm not quite sure the entire reason. I would have to look into it, but basically this area is a lot colder and harsher than the other climates, and it's also an isolationist country, so a lot of the people are struggling. Just because of the climate doesn't really allow for a lot of like good crops and food to grow and all of that stuff. But it still manages to be one of my favorite continents. Now, in the past, at a certain point in this chapter, you'd have to do a giant descent down the continent and walk across the entire thing. But, thanks to Zombie Hover, we're able to just jump straight to the bottom where we want to go and save, like, 4 minutes of time, which is very nice. And while we don't get to see the entire beautiful continent, if you can save 4 minutes of time in a speedrun like this, that is more than worth it.
Congratulations, guys!
So we'll get to that when we get there. This was the biggest application of Zombie Hover. It was the first one we discovered once the death code was, like, revealed to the public. And it was very useful to have. So coming up, once we get to Theoswar, we'll have a little short menu we need to do to prepare ourselves for the fights ahead. One of the things we want to do is buy a core chip for Mithra from the core chip shop here called the Lodronite chip. It's going to be the last core chip we buy the rest of the game. It's going to give Mithra a really high crit rate and decent damage for the rest of the game that we're going to need for some fights later on in Chapter 8 and 9. Critical hits, of course, give you more party meter, which is going to be extremely important later on in the game. It's going to be basically the one thing we're looking for in a lot of the fights.
Hey, look what I found.
So we get to Theoswar's main gate, and after a cutscene, we'll be able to buy from the shop here. After that, I'm going to craft the second Hunter's Chemistry Aux Core, and I'm going to place that one on Corvin, because he's going to be in our party most of the rest of the game. So I'll have 2 Hunter's Chemistry equipped, which is going to raise the max affinity of my blade to the start of battle, and Crossset's going to instantly hit max affinity, and Rex will also basically hit max affinity instantly after I equip a second pouch item on him, which I will be able to now that I have a second pouch expansion kit after defeating Giga Rosa. So after crafting the Hunter's Chemistry, I can pouch expand Rex here, and we are going to put the Love Beyond the Clouds on him. One of the effects of Love Beyond the Clouds is not only special recharge and damage, but also giving us max affinity at the start of battle. So with that and the 2 Hunters Chemistry, Rex is always going to be hitting max affinity at the start of battle, so that's going to be very nice for our blades that we have equipped on him as well. I put the Hunter's Chemistry and Critical up on him because we want Corvin to have a high critical rate, because every time he gets a critical hit, he gets massively increased bonus to the party meter gauge. And now, as we approach the palace, we are going to meet Zeke's dad, and we learn that he is very scared of the Aegis' power and thinks it should be destroyed. So he ends up capturing all of us with an Ethernet, which is going to drain our power, and capturing Pyra as well and isolating us from her. So we don't have access to Pyra or Mithra for the next couple minutes or so. Now, interestingly enough, Pyra wanted to talk to the king in this section before being destroyed, and Mithra says that she could have just gotten them out of there anyway, so really weird. She didn't actually have to be trapped here and be rescued, but it seemed like they wanted to learn something from the king, and that is the whole reason they got trapped here. So Zeke's really mad at his father, and he decides to join us again and help us get out. It seems like we've already gotten out by the time he comes and saves us, thanks to Poppy not being limited by ether and being able to just destroy the wall. But he was going to come get us out anyway if that didn't happen, but thankfully we already had that handled, and he's going to join us up again. And he's not going to fight for us, of course, because we don't need him in this actual speedrun, but he's here, nonetheless. So now we got to go rescue Pyra and Mithra, even though they don't actually need rescuing. We just got to go rescue them anyway. This next fight coming up actually went really poorly for me. Not in a sense that I, like, died or anything, it's just RNG poor. So there's, like, 6 soldiers that you have to fight in this fight, and depending on the AoE you get, you can in this fight really fast, but I get kind of unlucky in how it ends up going. So, not only do they end up standing kind of far away from each other, but when I try to use Rex's level 2 to have really good AoE to finish them all off, I can't target an enemy in time, so I end up using his level 3 instead, and Corvin's level 3 is really slow and only single target. So it ends up wasting a lot of time, because I can't use any other blade combos during that time. And just the fact that all the enemies didn't like stand close enough to each other made the fight last a lot longer than it needed to. So this was definitely a weaker fight during this run. So you can see they don't actually have much health, and this really shouldn't be a fight that ends up taking all that much time, but sometimes the game controls you and it doesn't always work out the way you'd like. It starts out pretty well, and like I said, I try to finish the rest of them with Corvin's level 2. I should have just used it right there, but I try to target an enemy where I can hit all of them, and once I'm able to actually do that, he already has level 3 up. And by the time I use level 3, they're like all really isolated from each other, and Rex is in the middle of his really slow animation, so he can't actually offer us much help in this fight here. Fight should have been over long before now, honestly, and the fact that I'm still fighting it is kind of unfortunate. Since they don't have much health, it's not like I lost a ton of time here, but it really should have been a much better fight than this. Regardless, once we defeat the soldiers, we're able to rescue Pyra and Mithra, and they're going to end up joining us again. And now we have that Corvin and the Water Blade equipped on Rex that we're going to need for the upcoming fight. And we're also about to use Zombie Hover. So, by going to the Skip Travel menu and selecting 3-Vein Crossroad, if we hold down the death code for 2 seconds before skip traveling to the 3-Vein Crossroad, we are able to trigger the Zombie Hover. You might want to hold it down for like 3 seconds just to be safe. So now that we're here, we're in Zombie Hover, and if I swap to Drone Mark, we can just instantly run off to the side here and go all the way to where we need to go instead of having to go down the entire continent on the other side, and we'll save a very large amount of time here, as I already said. You can already see from this that this is a very big continent, and just being able to jump immediately down here is going to be very useful for us. So now that we are already at the head area, we just got to walk ahead a little bit to get to the next fight and find the Omega Fetter. And this next fight, I lose 50 seconds that I really should not have lost, but we'll talk about that when we get there. Before getting there, like I said, we're just walking straight ahead for another period of time here, I think for about 1.5 minutes or so, and then we'll get to the fight that we need to get to. Might be a little bit longer than that. But regardless, we're just trying to walk to the head of the continent here.
And arrived.
One more cutscene before the fight. And we get to hear the night theme now, which is another really good theme. The day theme and the night theme are both good on this continent. Tantel is a great place. I love the music here. So, I don't know how Crossset is roller skating through the snow, but she's very talented, so... You've already seen that throughout the run. She is very, very talented. So here's some more enemies to throw rocks at if you don't have Perun, because you'll need to end up pulling Aegon in Chapter 7 at some point to get Ancient Wisdom. And we are well on our way to, the next fight. Now, funnily enough, I end up saving time this chapter overall, but it really should have been a much bigger time save than what ends up happening. But we're almost there. Once we get to the stairs up here, we'll basically be there. And, this fight coming up, it's one of the more notorious fights, because there's 3 really strong enemies: Akos, Patroka, and Mikhail, the 3 members of Torna that aren't Malos and Jin. And the way you want to kill them is by lining them for a steam explosion and killing all 3 in the same blast. So... that can be accomplished by having Rex swap to the water blade when he needs to, and by having the current blades that have on him equipped, he'll be able to do that and get steam bomb off. And then you'll just want to use Steam Explosion level 4 on a fusion combo to
Look what I found.
kill all 3 of them. So the problem is, just like in Chapter 4, something really stupid happens where I end up doing way too much damage, and the reason for that is because I think I triple stacked the fusion combo with both parts of the combo. Actually, no, I don't triple stack it. I just had like max potion stack and then got a fusion combo outside of that, and ended up doing too much damage. So I have everyone target Akos first except for me, because I need them to get Akos as aggro, because he's going to use a move called Black Wave later on in this fight, which is something we really want to avoid because it's going to shackle Blade. So I get another break in Mikhail here, and it looks like everything's going to work out very well. I just got to use my level 4 special, and I will use the blowdown to knock him into both of them. And the problem is, I have too much damage. So what should have been a very good fight where I get the Steam Explosion triple kill ends up going very south, and I think from the time I kill Mikhail to where the other 2 are dead, I lose about 50 seconds. So that's really unfortunate when this fight should have been really good, but sometimes things happen, and it sucks that both Steam Explosion fights ended up not even mattering with the Steam Explosion, but hopefully something like this can be fixed for next time. It really kind of sucks when you lose time to stuff like that, so I really am hoping that everything will work out fine next time. So killing these guys can be pretty annoying at times, but they don't all have that much HP. There's the Black Wave. He finally uses it. He shackles the blade, but luckily I'm able to kill him right before I get shackled, and in that section. So now after that, Jin appears, but this is a different fight than all the others. The entire fight ends if we just get him to like 3/4 HP. And since we have party meter here, all we have to do is get a potion and chain attack. Unfortunately, I miss all 3 hits of Dolphin Spin because I am unlucky. So I'm going to have to do that again and hope I don't lose much time to it. And I get 2 potions to spawn, which is good. You don't necessarily need that, but I'm able to chain attack afterwards. And cross up level 1 and then forwards level 1 are going to be enough to finish this fight here. And we're going to be able to move on to the next chapter. So this was the other chain attack I was talking about that's a little weird. We don't get extra experience or lose much time to this. This is actually the ideal strategy here, to not lose any time. And now that we have done that, Jin reveals that he's like been holding back on us the entire time, and he uses his ability to control elementary particles and move at the speed of light to basically destroy all of us, and then he kidnaps Mithra, and they basically get away. And it's a very emotional moment because Rex was unable to help her. And at the beginning of Chapter 7, he's really upset and is like contemplating just going back to salvaging because he thinks he's useless, but everyone's able to talk sense to him, and we're able to figure out a method to hopefully figure out how to save them by going to the Spirit Crucible and getting the 3rd sword, the special sword of the Aegis, which is hopefully going to help us figure out what we need to do to save them. And the Spirit Crucible is a secret location that just happens to be located on Fonset, and we're going to head there after talking to the king. It seems like he's on our side now after seeing our determination, so he gives us a little bit of advice and stuff before we head back to where we're supposed to go. And with new motivation, Rex is determined to save his girlfriend, as we are ready to go. The Spirit Crucible section is one of my favorite parts of the game, actually. I didn't enjoy it much my very first playthrough because I got lost, but once you like know where you're going, it's actually a pretty nice area, I think, to walk through. It's very pretty, there's great music, and you don't actually have to fight anything until the very end. So now, Azurda reveals to us that he knows how to help us, and that is how we learn about the third sword of the Aegis. And we gotta go to Fonset and learn about everything. So we don't have access to Mithra or Pyra this chapter, but we don't really need them thanks to the fact that we have Crossette and Bridget and Corvin anyway, but that is the story we have for now. And the reason we didn't put Shining Star chips on Mithra is because we want her to have as much crit rate as we can for some fights later on, because her actual damage on Mithra herself does not actually matter all that much, and you will see why at the end of this chapter. But trust me, she will be very important later on. So now we are heading to the location of the Spirit Crucible as we get ready to enter. And this is where we need a lot of the field checks for. There is a field check for Fire Mastery 3 and Wind Mastery 2, and then a Field Mastery check for Ancient Wisdom 3 and Kenai 2. So this is what we needed some of those blades for earlier, which are going to help save us a lot of time here. And the Spirit Crucible is a really fun place to navigate during the speedrun, because there's a lot of cool turns and everything, and it's a fun area to walk through. A lot more fun than something like Indol. So one of the big gimmicks behind this place is when you enter, blades get weakened because of all the ether in the atmosphere in this area. So with the exception of Poppy, all the blades cannot reach max affinity in combat. And you can't use any specials beyond level 1. This makes it very difficult to actually fight some enemies here if you don't have an extremely powerful blade like Crossette to help you out. Luckily, since this is the speedrun, we're not going to be fighting anything except for the final fight at the very end of this dungeon here. It's a pretty long area to go through, but it's a pretty fun area nonetheless. I'm doing a quick menu here. I'm actually going to put Tora in my party instead of Rex because we want him for the final fight of this section. And I'm also replacing the field skills on Rex so we have what we need equipped. So the reason Tora is so important is because the final fight of this chapter has 4 enemies, and we need him to instantly take aggro at the start of the fight. If Nia gets any aggro early on, there's actually a very real risk of her dying extremely early, and we cannot have that happen. In addition, this is the one fight with 4 enemies or any kind of multiple enemies where we do not want to get much AoE at all. It is very important that we try to keep the enemies isolated as much as we can. They have a special ability where if you get one of them low enough on HP without killing him, they will use an ability called Multis, and this is going to summon extra enemies, 2 more of them, that we're going to have to continue fighting. So the only way to do this fight fast is to make sure you kill all 4 enemies without allowing them to do Multis. Or at the very least, limit the Multis uses as much as you can. It's going to be very important to make sure we have enough damage and using the damage properly to get the kills we need. And since we don't really need Rex's damage in this fight, and Tor will automatically take aggro since he has Poppy forms on him, that is very useful for our purposes. Rex would actually make the fight a lot harder because he might do too much damage since Corvin's just that powerful. We pretty much just want all our damage to come from Crossette mostly. Bridget is also there as an alternative source to get aggro in case we need it, but Tor should be taking most of the aggro at the start of the fight, and that's the only thing we're mostly worried about here. So as for navigation of the Spirit Crucible itself, like I said, it can be a very confusing area, especially on your first playthrough, but if you know exactly how to navigate it, it's actually a pretty fun area to go through. Once you get further, there's a lot of winding paths, and it can be very easy to get lost, and I know I did my first playthrough, but as far as speedrunning, I know exactly how to go through it now, and it's not that bad at all. The upper level of it is mostly just going straight ahead, and there's not really all that much as far as winding paths. So this part isn't really all that confusing. I know for a lot of people that originally played this game, they were wondering when this place was going to end, because it's actually a pretty long dungeon. It's bigger than most continents that you've been on so far. But regardless, it's a nice place with some great music and a nice environment to look at. It's kind of at this point where you know you're approaching the end game, so you can start preparing yourself for that. Somewhere deep at the end of this entire dungeon, we will be able to hopefully find the sealed third sword that the hero Adam sealed long ago when he used to be the driver of Mithra. And hopefully we'll be prepared to use that to our advantage. Here's a little fun water slide here. The water physics in this game that you can slide down are always really entertaining. So one thing we see as we continue through this dungeon is that Nia is getting weaker and weaker the further we go in. Now obviously we already learned in chapter 6 that she is actually a blade herself, but the rest of the party doesn't know this yet, so no one actually knows what's going on. It is also in this dungeon where Zeke reveals that he has part of Pandoria's core crystal in him because he almost died when he was younger, but Pandoria injected part of her core in him to save his life. Kind of similar to what Pyra did for Rex, but not quite the same because they don't share a sensory bond like Pyra and Rex do. Regardless, this is a nice moment where we learn a lot more about some of the characters we've got. And now that we're at this section, this is kind of the part where people start to get lost once you get to the Wonder Spring Plaza that we just passed. But what you want to do is make your way to the Helical Cloister, and you can also do a little quick jump right here to jump over this wall here and save a little bit of time. And we'll go back to the Helical Cloister, but we're going to be on a higher level this time. We're going to walk around this circle once again. And from there, we will be approaching the end of the first half or so of this place. It's not too much further after this, I don't think. There is one more very interesting jump you can do in the Spirit Crucible that's going to be coming up pretty soon. So after you get past the Helical Cloister, there's an area with some fire and some light over on the right side of the screen. That's the area we want to head to. And that is going to get us out of this first confusing maze section and let us navigate to the next area. And once we do that, we will trigger a cutscene. So what you can do a zombie hover out of this cutscene, but the timing for it's really difficult, and if you mess it up, then you can crash your game. And it's something I never really want to risk, so I decide not to go for the zombie over here because it only saves like 10 seconds, so it's just better for me if I'm already on a decent pace through this point, especially to not go for this. And honestly, I'd rather just not go for it anyway. One time I accidentally did, or when I was practicing I did, and ended up like almost destroying my game cartridge. Well, not the cartridge itself, but just like the switch, it felt like, because the loading time started taking forever, and it like took forever to actually crash and like load back into the game. So instead of that, what we can do is jump off to the side right here and land on a ladder, which is going to stop our falling damage momentum, and then we can jump all the way down here.
Look what I found.
If you did zombie hover, you'd just be able to instantly jump down to this bridge instead, but that's not an issue anyway because we have that ladder right there. So the normal way to go through that area is through another big kind of maze. There's a bunch of like dark areas that you can't see very well, but luckily for us, we're able to just jump straight on down. That's going to save a lot of time instead of navigating the actual area, so really glad we have that ladder there, because if we had to risk it on the zombie hover, then we'd have to try to figure something out as far as consistent timing, which could be very scary.
Hey,
Now with that, we are at the middle worm-ridden cave.
guys.
This marks the point where we are almost where we want to be, actually. There's only 2 more landmarks after this we need to reach before the end of the dungeon. Both of the field skill checks are coming up. That's what we equipped Rex for earlier, so we're going to be prepared for that. And all in all, this is like I said, it's a nice area to walk through. I think it is. There's a lot of cool things going on. So, one thing to note is that if you have to pull Aegon to get Ancient Wisdom, you're going to want to get these 2 collection points, one right there and one over on the left side of the screen, once you pull Aegon and have him equipped, because you need to get 5 bugs in order to develop his Ancient Wisdom level 1, in order to have that for the field skill check coming up. And if you do that, you're going to have to very carefully walk behind this spider right here, because it's a unique monster, but since we did not have to get Aegon, we can just walk on the right side and avoid his aggro entirely, which is very helpful. So now with that done, I'm going to be equipping Ancient Wisdom on Rex that we need, and getting rid of the blades that we do not need on him. So Perun and Corvin have Ancient Wisdom, and we're going to be equipping those, and we're going to leave a Wind Blade on him for now, since we're going to need that for another field skill check coming up after this dungeon. I put Telos on Morag that I overdrive to her earlier, because she has Leaping, and we're going to need that for a little bit later on in Chapter 7. It's not going to matter for the fights coming up, because Morag's AI is programmed to never swap blades except for blade combos being used. And since we are using fire blade combos, she's not going to be swapping to Telos in any situation, since Bridget is a fire blade, since she wants to continue the combo. So it does not actually matter that she has Telos equipped right now, and it's not even going to matter really at any point in the game.
Yes, I see.
And we'll dequip her once we get to Chapter 9, and that'll be the end of that. So here is the other one of the big barrier field skills that new players might get stuck on for a little bit. Thankfully, we knew what we needed before we got here, so we were able to get past it. And now with that done, we are very close to the end of the dungeon. I already explained a little bit about this fight, but to explain it in more detail, the enemies we are fighting are phantasms. They are basically ghosts of the ancient hero Adam. And like I said, there's 4 of them at the start, but if you get them low enough on HP and they have the ability to use Multus, then they will summon extra ghosts, and you will be in a world of trouble if that happens. So you need to make sure you have enough damage to kill them before they get to the HP range where they can use Multus. And if they line up next to each other and get hit by too much AoE, it's possible you'll just get screwed over anyway, and they'll end up being able to use Multus without you really being able to control it. But hopefully, if you're lucky, they'll be isolated enough to where you can handle this without having that be an issue. I think this might be one of the,
Hey, look what I found.
if not the most difficult or like potentially fight that you can lose time on the rest of the run. It's not like difficult in the sense that it's a hard fight to do, it's just sometimes the enemies can screw you over and there's not really a ton of things you can do about it. Whereas the other fights, even in this chapter, if you've got the blades you need or like know what you need to do for them, it's not really a major issue unless you get really unlucky. So now we have finally reached the end. We see the sword that's in the stone right there, and it looks like the protectors are here to fight us. So I remember I got really unlucky on this fight, just randomly. Yeah, the Phantasm literally decides to stand on top of the potion I spawned, and I can't actually reach the potion. And then the second one lands on top of him. So I'm not getting the damage I need to kill this one effectively, and it's going to be really annoying. And then another potion lands on top of Tor, so everything's going really badly right now. I end up getting him almost to the range where he needs to die, and luckily I get the topple from Tor to make sure he's unable to use Multus, and once I have that extra damage I should be good for the rest of the fight. So the start was not pretty, but I did what I needed to do to get that. And now we can kill the rest of the Phantasms on fusion combos here and not have to worry about much. The other 2 Phantasms decide to stand far away from each other that we need, and that is very nice for us, because now we can just use level 1 specials to kill the other 2. And we get through this fight without any major issues, even despite the unlucky start here. And that is going to end the Phantasm fight with no Multus uses, which is very helpful. I guess I should mention that if you do get them to use Multus a lot, eventually they will stop spawning more enemies after a certain number of them, so you don't have to worry about the fight continuing forever if you can't just kill all of them at the same time. But regardless, that is extremely slow for the speedrun, so we absolutely want to kill them all as fast as possible, obviously. So, after we defeat them, we learn in the next cutscene finally that Nia is a blade. When we're struggling in the fight, she decides to turn into blade form so she can end up helping us and saving us all again. And after that, Adam deems Rex worthy, and they go and have a talk in a dream world, and they have a discussion about Pyra and Mithra and how he needs to take their pain and be able to basically become their true driver. And with that new motivation, Rex is ready to go confront Jin and Malos. The third sword actually disintegrates in the Spirit Crucible, but he's not worried about that because he says he knows what he needs to do now. So we're ready to go confront them and get our girl back. So to do that, Mor Ardain offers the help of Mor Ardain. There's an airship that they have in Mor Ardain that's going to be able to get us to where we want to go, which is going to be the Cliffs of Moritha. That is where we are going. But before we head there, we need to actually level up. We haven't leveled up in a while, and our levels are going to be struggling for this next fight if we don't level ourselves up. I don't have to level up Tora or Zeke because they're not going to be really used the rest of the run in any meaningful fights. There is one fight Tora will automatically turn himself in, but it's a fight you actually cannot lose at all. Your health cannot fall below 1 HP, so it doesn't matter that he's used there. And since Nia, Rex, and Mor are going to be our main party the rest of the game, they all need to be leveled up. So after going to the inn, we are going to head to the palace in Mor Ardain and get ready to depart for our mission. This area coming up I used to have a lot of trouble with in the past, but I've since learned a much better fighting strategy, and since I also have Adenine on Nia this time, that is where that's going to come into play in this next fight. Remember when I said that Adenine will increase your damage to elemental weaknesses? Well, that is going to be very, very useful for the fight coming up. And that is why she is going to stay equipped on Nia, but luckily, she also has a nice field skill that's going to be very useful coming up as well, the Wind Mastery. So it's also extra beneficial to keep her on Nia. So once we get to the cliffs, we're going to be changing up our accessories a little bit. I'm going to be buying a male loincloth and 2 boxer band braces. The male loincloth will increase your damage by 50% when you're using a blade of the opposite element if you equip it on a male driver, so that's going to go on Rex. And the boxer band braces increase your damage by 35% when you hit higher level enemies. I'm going to be putting that on Rex and Morag. I'm not going to change the accessories on Nia because what she has right now is already great for damage and breaking, and she already has enough additive damage anyway. So those are just going to be the new accessories we get here to help make the rest of the game a lot easier. Having the damage on Rex is going to be very important for some of the fights upcoming because he doesn't have any sources of additive damage currently, and he's going to be a big part of the damage later on, so we're going to need him to have as much damage boost as we possibly can. So I'll be doing a menu after this next cutscene. The reason I don't do it right now is because I need Tor in the party still for this next section, just in case the unique monster decides to aggro me after the cutscene. Because I need Tor to be able to take the aggro, because it's a very dangerous unique monster, Machine Gun Julio. If he targets Nia, he could very easily kill you before you can get to your next destination, and we need Tor to be able to take the aggro so we're not at any risk for that. There isn't a great chance it happens, but it's still not worth risking anyway, and this run, luckily, it did not happen, so I'm able to just keep walking without having to worry about anything. So now after that, I'm able to do the menu. I can't remember the exact moment I end up doing the menu. I'm probably thinking about what to do now. But I believe I just changed around the field skills just slightly, so I have the Wind Blade I need. And put the Earth Blade on Rex also, because we're going to need the Earth Blade coming up very soon as well. And then I replace my accessories, and then I won't have to menu again until I need to put Corvin on Rex and put him back into the party. Looks like I put him back into the party early, but then I'll put Corvin on him later on. So now we should be set for the next field skill requirements for this area. We have Telos on Morag for leaping. We have Earth Blades on Rex and Zeke. We have Wind Blades on Nia and Rex. And we have Adenine for the next fight, so we're going to be good on the field skills we need coming up, which is going to be Wind 3, Leaping 2, and then Earth 3, Leaping 3. And since Poppy has Leaping level 2, we're going to have enough for that no matter what. So that is very nice for us. There's also a field skill check after the next fight, which is Earth 2 and Leaping 3, and that's why we're going to keep Telos on Morag, but we can get rid of every blade on Rex and just put Corvin on him, and not have to worry about doing that menu afterwards, which is going to be very nice. That's how we optimize our menus in this chapter, and that ends up saving quite a bit of time over the course of this speed run. Because if you have to keep menuing to change around your field skills without having them super optimized, it would be a pain to just keep pausing the menu to have to do that. So the Cliffs of Mortha area, it's not too difficult to navigate, and you'll get to where you're going really easily. You just have to go through a couple cracks in the wall to get to where you're going instead of walking straight ahead for the most part. And our first fight coming up is going to be against Malos himself. So Malos isn't too difficult. The main issue with him is that if he gets to 25% of his health gone, he has the chance to use a move called Monado Armor, and he's going to end up using it no matter what if you cannot kill him fast enough. And what that does is basically decrease all the damage he takes by like 80%. And it lasts for 30 seconds, and it can be a huge pain and lose you a lot of time. Especially because while Monado Armor is active, he has the ability to do some other really annoying things to you, like lower your blade affinity and also shackle your blade, which can just lose you a ton of time. So what we need to do here is make sure we can kill him before he is able to use Monado Armor. And the way we can do that is by taking advantage of Adenine, and that is going to let us hit elemental weaknesses with Corvin. So why does that matter, since cross-sets normally are damage? Well, for this specific fight, just because of how it works, we need to just focus as fast as we can on getting to cross-sets level 4 special and not worry about collecting potions too much. So what we're going to do is use a tier 4 burnout with her after using Britch's tier 1. And then we're going to be able to use Nuclear Blast with Corvin. And with the pouch items on Rex right now, and with what we have equipped on him, he should be able to get this level 3 special in plenty of time. So you can see I'm just kind of rushing my level 4 special on cross-set right now without worrying about anything else. I'm luckily able to grab one extra potion just in case I need it here, but I'm going to instantly use Burnout here with only collecting one potion. You don't even need to collect a potion really because of what I'm going to do. But after the Burnout hits, you're going to want to instantly mash the button for Nuclear Blast, the ZL button on Rex, and he's going to use it. And right when he does that, I swap to Adenine on Rex. Or on Nia, I mean. And now, since Malos is a Dark Blade, Corvin's Light Element's going to do a lot of extra damage to him. And since we have the damage boost on him, that is going to be enough damage to kill him. And that is by far the best way to do this fight, and it's one of the major reasons we have Ardain, but she's going to show up one more time later on and be pretty useful. I'm going to keep her equipped on Nia for the next fight, but she's not really needed for the next fight. Even though it's a very similar strategy to this one. The next fight is Jin and Malos at the same time, and it's going to be basically the same strategy where you target Malos, but instead of building up your tier 4 special, you can just use your tier 2 special and then use Nuclear Blast with Corvin. And you're not going to have time to swap to Ardain at all at that point, but it doesn't matter because you only have to get him to half HP before that section of the fight ends, and then you have another phase 2 fight where things get turned around. The Jin and Malos fight can be dangerous, but as long as you're not targeting Jin, it should be fine, because Jin doesn't have the ability to use many of his troll moves unless you're already targeting him. So as long as we focus on Malos and get rid of his HP, that's going to be better anyway, just because he doesn't have as high agility, he doesn't have the ability to evade arts or anything, so targeting Malos makes that fight much easier. So here's the Earthmaster 2 Leaping 3 field check I told you about. We don't have to do any menuing to worry about that. And now that we are done with that, we should be able to enter the next fight without any major issues here. So once again, we're going to discover a scenic viewpoint, which is going to give us a bunch of extra bonus experience we'll be able to use later on in the game. There's a level 100 unique monster over in the corner over there, but we are not going to fight him. We are not strong enough to do that. I don't know why he's sitting up there, though, instead of fighting Jin and Malos himself, because he's a lot stronger. But regardless, we reached Jubilee Gate. We get to where we want to go, and we're going to head straight into the fight now. It is worth noting that if you don't open the gate from the other side, and if you fail this fight, you're going to go back to the other side of the gate and have to walk all the way back around, so make sure you don't fail the fight, I guess, right? That shouldn't be an issue if you know what you're doing. It should be really hard to fail the first section of this fight. So what I like to do is use a double canceled auto attack into my dolphin spin and collect that potion if I can. And then after that, I will just use a double cancel into all 3 of my arts, and I should be good there. And then just use Bridget's level 1 as soon as it comes up, and we'll be ready to end the fight after that. Alright, I use Burnout as soon as I am able. And Rex already has Nuclear Blast up because of his pouch items and everything like that, and we're able to instantly use that afterwards, and that is going to end this fight as fast as you possibly can. There's possibly a chance if you get like a good break, you might not even need Nuclear Blast, and the damage over time would end him faster than Corvin's special, but it's not something to really risk anything on. So with the first half done, Rex is talking about how he's going to save Pyre and Mithra no matter what. They get really happy when that happens, because they basically talk to Rex in a dream, and they're like, we just wanted to see the Architect because we just wanted to die. We don't want our power to exist. And Rex is like, no, I'm going to save you. And then after that, they're like, alright, we're going to give you all of our power. So the third sword appears in her hand, and the lifeless Pyre on the ground transforms into this third form called Numa. And she is very powerful. The restriction on her is that you have to have maxed out party meter in the top left of the corner in order to use her. I know my timer's covering that up a little bit, but it should still be pretty easy to see. But she has some really insane damage for the rest of the game, and she's going to be very useful along with Cross Set for making the rest of the game a lot easier. So what we want to do here is target Malos mostly, and he's going to get Monado armor off in this fight no matter what. But what we want to do is time it so where we can use a Steam Explosion at the end of this fight. Once Monado armor wears off, because that's going to have a big AoE radius to kill both of them. And we want to make sure we can try to do it on a fusion combo. So we're going to be charging up our tier 3 with Numa. One thing to know about Numa is that you can't use a tier 4 unless you're in New Game Plus, but that doesn't really matter because the tier 3 is actually a lot better anyway, just for speedrun purposes. So once Monado armor wears off, I topple Malos, since that's another benefit of Numa. It decreases all enemy break resist by 50%, so she can basically give you some pretty much guaranteed breaks when she's active. Because we already had Beta Scope on Nia before, so now we're just going to be even better at getting these. The Steam Explosion kills, and we are ready to go. So that's one of the reasons I also have the Male Loincloth and Boxer Van Braces on Rex, because that's going to increase Numa's damage even further. And that is going to end Chapter 7. We have rescued our girl, and after that, Malos, who has reprogrammed Ophion, orders him to attack everyone, and everyone gets attacked, and everyone falls down below the Cloud Sea to an area called the Land of Mortha. It's a very ominous area that seems to be the remains of the previous Earth. There's some destructed cities. There's like United States flag symbols everywhere. It's a pretty ominous area for sure. So one thing you noticed me just doing is that I shut off my game and reset it, and the reason I did that is because there's a thing called memory leak in this game which can affect load times in later chapters, and by resetting your game you get rid of that, and you'll be able to not lose any time later on in the game. So losing that 30 seconds there is going to end up saving us time in the long run, which is very helpful. So now we have Mithra back and we are in the land of Mortha. We don't have any of our other party members, we don't know where they are right now. And coming up right here, we get to choose the name of the third form, Numa. We don't actually get to name her Numa because we don't learn that that's actually her name until Chapter 10. But all the fans of the game call her that. So we can pick the name that's going to be used in combat and in some later cutscenes in the game. We'll be skipping all the cutscenes except the ending, but the name matters a lot in the ending as well, so... That is why we can have a nice little donation war to see who can win. I think Pyre versus Mithra would be able to make a lot of money. Just because I know how much people love these characters and how people would want their favorite to win. So, after we pick the name, we go find out that there's someone in a fight, and we learn that it's actually Jin. And he's struggling against this weird creature, and Rex is like, we have to go help him. I know he's our enemy, but we have to help him. Mithra's like, I don't think this is a great idea, but we have to go help him anyway. So what we want to do here is instantly get to our max party meter that we have hopefully saved up mostly from the last fight. Summon Numa, use Gamma Ray after using Mithra's Photon, and that's going to instantly end them. You can see just how much more powerful Numa is than Mithra is. She automatically comes with more power than your Shining Star Chip characters. Crosshead can technically get more damage after collecting enough potions, but Numa's more immediately powerful, and that's going to be very helpful for some upcoming fights where we can take advantage of that. It's still useful to control Crossset for some of the later fights, just because she'll be controlling the breaks, but Numa's damage is going to be very helpful to us, trust me. So, we ended up being fined by Bridget and Poppy and, someone else, I believe. We learned that Rex has the ability to equip any blade now because he is the master driver now that he has master control of the Aegis. So any blade our party members have, with the exception of Poppy on Tora, can be equipped by Rex now. Tora is still the only one who can use the Poppy forms. But that's not really a big issue. So with that done, we continue exploring the land of Mortha and just try to figure out where we are and how to get out of here. Jin starts to warm up to us a little bit, and it seems like he's not as hostile as he used to be. And during this section, we learn a lot about his past and everything that went on in Torna, which you should play that, by the way, if you have not. Torna, the Golden Country. That will explain a lot more about Jin's backstory and what led to him doing what he did in this game. And we end up getting a big reveal later on, once we get the entire party back together, that Amalthus is the one who destroyed everything. And while Mithra actually destroyed the continent of Torna, Amalthus is the one that basically destroyed the soul and tracked down Jin and Laura and everything and killed them and all that. He was scared of the power of the Aegis, and he didn't want them to stop in his plans to have control of the world, basically. So in this fight, we need to get to max party meter as fast as we can and use a Gamma Ray. And make sure we don't end up dying on Rex before that happens, because that can be an issue if things go wrong. So once we get that, we can use Gamma Ray once again, and that's going to just kind of almost kill the rest of them. But if they don't all quite die from the Gamma Ray AoE, what we can do is use another level 2 special, which is going to AoE the rest of them down with this move right here, Radiant Slam, her level 2 special, and that's going to end the fight. And once again, you can just see how incredibly useful Numa is and why we definitely want to use her whenever we can. So after that fight, we notice off in the distance a decaying titan, which appears to be the body of Torna that got destroyed so long ago. Jin wants to go check it out because it was his homeland for obvious reasons, and that is what their little group is named after. So we're heading over there. We gotta be very careful of all these scary looking enemies down here. One thing we learn about them is that they used to be humans, and it seems like they just got contaminated by some of the core technology in this area, and like I said, this entire area is just kind of showing the downfall of humanity. There's a conversation between Mithra and Poppy that talks about humanity's nature in more detail and everything, and you know, Poppy starts to get worried about herself, but Mithra ensures there's nothing for her to worry about. It's a very cute moment. They talk about stuff, they make a promise with each other. And it's one of the cutest things in the game. I love that cutscene. So what I just did there was a little jump to save a little bit of time by instantly jumping up to this area without having to walk all the way around. And it's not too that difficult to do. And now we are going to be approaching the next fight, and besides the final boss, this will be the last time we chain attack during the game. This will get us the rest of the experience we're going to need for the rest of the run. It is the Infernal Guldo, a level 60 enemy. And because it's level 60, we really wanted to be level 51 on Nia before this fight started. Because if you're 10 levels under an enemy, you'll start having a lot of bonus effects like go against you when you're fighting enemies. Like they'll get an extra break resist chance, or extra break resist just in general. They'll do extra damage to you. It becomes a lot more challenging to fight enemies when you get more than 10 levels underneath them. So, but before that, we have to defeat the first phase of the fight where we still have Jin. We automatically get max party meter. I'm just going to rush a level 2 special and use that as fast as I can to end this fight. And once the gamma ray damage comes in, that should be enough to finish this fight here, especially since he was able to copy my element. One other benefit about Numa is that she always hits elemental weaknesses, even though she's a light element blade. No matter what element an enemy has, she will always hit the weakness of it. And that is why Ardain is going to end up being pretty important later on for the final boss of the game. So, I'd phase 1, Jin's struggling, but the rest of our party finds us just in time and we're able to fight. I'm going to swap to Nia again here because we want to be able to control the breaks for this fight, but I am going to be activating Numa as soon as I possibly can once the party meter fills all the way back up again, since it lost a little bit of charge there. And then after that, I'm going to break him and then use my level 1 special and sit on Numa's burnout. That's another thing Numa can do. She can use any blade combo in the game. So, anything you want to use with her, you're able to use. I should have mentioned that in the tutorial fight that you get her, but you can basically swap around your blade combos when you're using her yourself and be able to use what you want. So, I gotta charge up a tier 4 with cross set here, and we're gonna try to do something where we double stack the break art with cross set. We're basically guaranteed to break here, almost anyway. It's a very, very high chance. And once I get my level 3 charged up, I'll break him. And I'm gonna use my level 4 special as soon as it's up with cross set, and we will have 2 specials done on the fusion on the break here, which is going to give us a double stack fusion combo for the chain attack, and we'll be able to do a lot of damage to this thing. It's going to be able to give us a very massive overkill here. And while I could have just killed him right there, we definitely want the extra experience from this thing, because it gives us so much experience that we're going to need for the rest of the run. I think we get like almost 80,000 experience here, which is nearly capped experience, which is very nice for us to have at this point in the game. So I still have Telos equipped on Morag, but like I said earlier, that does not really matter. We'll fix that once we get to Chapter 9, but for the remaining Chapter 8 fight after this, it doesn't matter at all. And technically, it's kind of faster here, because Telos has faster specials than Bridget does, I think. So, it doesn't really matter all that much. Numa's going to be automatically taking all the aggro anyway once she activates. That is another thing she does. She automatically gets all aggro while she's active. She has so many amazing support abilities. What else does she do? She gives your entire party 100% critical hit rate no matter what. She gives the entire party 50% accuracy and evasion, but Mithra's Foresight can already do that, so that's not really anything new. She's a very, very strong blade, and she basically makes the rest of the game easy mode. As long as you know how to use her, that is, because her one restriction is that she's only going to last for a minute of time, so you need to make sure you know exactly when to use her during these fights to take maximum advantage of her. That's not really a major issue, though. It's not too difficult to figure out how to use her or anything. And now that we have done that, we notice that we can get to the base of the World Tree from the land of Mor Ardain here. So, we are now finally approaching the World Tree. It is all the way down in Mor Ardain. That is where the base of it is. We don't have to be above the Cloud Sea to get to it after all. So finally, in Chapter 8, we finally get to the destination we wanted to reach, and we can start beginning the climb all the way up to the top. So we just reached the World Tree finally, and we'll notice something really interesting about the World Tree after this cutscene. So, the World Tree is actually not like a tree at all. It's a giant space station that reaches all the way up into the sky. Everything is futuristic and mechanical with technology far beyond what we have seen at this point in the game. There are a bunch of robots basically everywhere. And while it was foreshadowed in the past that there's like a lot of technology and stuff in this game, since you see like mechs and stuff use certain abilities with Mithra and everything, this is where we learn that yes, this is truly a Xeno game, and there are a bunch of technology and mechs here that are going to be used. So, one thing I don't think I mentioned earlier is that Mithra has the ability to control an artifice called Siren, which is basically a giant, cool-looking mech, and that is what a lot of her big light blasts come from, and it's what destroyed the continent of Torna when she was controlling it. And we're gonna see a lot more artifices as we approach the top of the world tree. I think there's Colossuses in the hangar, and there's another really important artifice that we'll talk about when we get to it. Ophion was also an artifice, the giant mechanical snake with like missiles and everything. But regardless, we are finally in the world tree. There's a lot of elevators in the world tree. We don't actually have to climb it with like a typical tree. We're just gotta go up this area and get to where we want to go. So the song here is called Egredistal. I'm sure you all can recognize that name. A lot of RPGs have used that, and that's what they call the world tree, and other RPGs as well that use this. So this is by no means a new concept for sure, but Xeno's spin on it is pretty cool, and I really like the overarching themes of all the Xeno games. This game in particular was very similar plot-wise to Xenosaga 1, with you trying to get to a single area the entire game, and the endings are very similar as well.
Congratulations, guys!
I'm a big fan of the plot of this game, and just all the futuristic sci-fi stuff in Xeno games has always been one of my favorite parts of this RPG. I much prefer it to pure fantasy settings. And I think it's one of the signature things that really separates this series from other series. The mechs and everything, the sci-fi settings, space, all that kind of stuff. I've always been a really big fan of that. And it's nice that this game is no different in that department. So the world tree is an interesting area. There's not a lot of stuff going on. It's basically the final major area in this game that we have to walk through, and it's basically the final little relaxing break area before everything gets intense. Although you might be pretty stressed out at this point, because there is something coming up later on which can be very stressful, and it's by far the biggest barrier of the rest of the game to getting a good time, if you ask me. And we'll talk about that when we get there, though. There's a lot of interesting archaeology here that we have to climb, and most of it's just a bunch of elevators, some stairs, and everything like that. There is a clip we do coming up that's a pretty easy one, where we just go through some water and swim through a wall. I think we're approaching that really soon here. Basically, there's not much collision, and it's a very easy clip to get because of that, just because of how you can do it. And that's when we're going to swap back to Rex for the fight after this. So, nuclear dump facility, we can swim in this water here, this probably nuclear waste without taking any damage for some reason. Swim right through the wall there. We can swap to Rex here, and that's going to allow us to grab onto this ladder even though we're in water. And now we can just climb up, and we're going to be using Mithra and Numa for the next fight. One of the reasons we wanted that Lodronite chip on Mithra in Chapter 6 is because it gives her that extra critical rate. So even if it's not like as much damage as the Shining Star chips, we don't really need damage with Mithra, we just need to get to Numa as fast as we possibly can. So that is the reason for the Lodronite chip. So you might be asking, well, why do we put the Shining Star chip on Corvin, since he also has good critical rate, and even better, if you get crits with him, it fills up the party meter even more than with anyone else. Well, that's because we actually do rely on Corvin's damage at certain locations, as you might have seen in Chapter 7, and we really want him to have as much damage as possible. He's going to be very important for some fights in Chapter 10 as well, so we want to make sure we have as much damage as we can on him. So now we have reached the Sky Bridge. Once we get here, we have to go get a key to unlock the elevator on the other side of this section. And the key just happens to be in the absolute opposite direction, but that's not a big deal, because we'll be able to skip travel all the way back to the Sky Bridge once we get the key, and we're not going to lose that much time here. So let me talk about one of the things coming up in Chapter 9 after this chapter. So before doing any fights in Chapter 9, there is a very infamous section called the Great Door, basically. It's a door that has a field skill check of Electric Mastery 4 and Focus Mastery 5. Now, this would require us to pull 3 electric blades and develop focus on some of our blades to get past. However, there is a clip you can do to get through this door without having to do that. But this clip, unlike every other clip in the game, does not really have a consistent setup at all. You basically just have to jump at a certain location and hope you get lucky. Usually I can get this clip within 2 minutes of time, but there are some times where it can easily troll you. And there's been times where I've somehow gotten it first try, so it's one of those kind of clips. I'd say it's just as tilting as the factory clip can be, but the factory clip technically has a consistent method, and now it's just bad at executing it on this run. But this clip, pretty much every runner will tell you it can always end up being a pain. For some runners, if they end up pulling the electric blades, they'll take like some time loss just to develop the focus on the other blades so they can just skip this clip entirely. It's that annoying. For a marathon run, this is not really a big deal because you'd be able to get through it without losing a ton of time, but if you're on a world record pace like I was once I got to this point after the good Chapter 7 I got, it can be a very stressful situation, and you're always wondering in the back of your head once you get there, am I going to lose my pace to this clip? I have lost a couple record runs to this clip before, so I know firsthand, and it's really annoying how it's so far into the game. But it's something that you just have to do if you don't get the blades required, and honestly, even if you do get the blades required, if you want to have a really good time, you might not even want to take the menu time to develop things. But regardless, we've almost got to the end of the world tree. Some really great music here. It's a really nice area to look at as you go through. And we're almost done with Chapter 8, which is about halfway up the world tree. We still have to go through Chapter 9 to get near the top. And after that, hopefully we'll finally be at our destination we've been trying to reach since the beginning of the game, Elysium. As far as the plot, we have some moments with our characters bonding with each other as we climb up the tree. Indol has now become hostile towards us because they want to stop us from climbing the world tree. Amalthus has turned out to be an enemy. Who could have ever seen that one coming? So we're going to be stopped at every corner by their efforts, and that's what this next fight's going to be. We're going to have to fight some Indol soldiers. And Amalthus, using Hayes' core crystal, the other half that he stole, obviously, and some amplification thing, he is able to control not only blades, but other titans. So all the other titans are now in this area and trying to attack us as well, and we're going to have to try to figure out a way to stop him from doing that. This is where the game, it's very intense at this point, because you've got Jin and Malos climbing the world tree, you have Amalthus just trying to stop everything from happening because he wants to still be in control. And this is where we really learn that Amalthus is the real bad guy of this game, and not anyone else. Technically, Malos is a bad person, but that's because of Amalthus. So it just ends up being really tragic regardless once we learn the motivations of everyone and what's actually going on here. Regardless, in this specific fight, we're going to use Mithra's level 2 special as much as we can, because it's going to hit every enemy and give us a lot of party meter really quickly. So after the second use, you're able to summon Numa and end the fight as soon as you're able to use a supernova. If you got a break on the Indol Star here, it should be a very quick fight. The fusion combo should easily give you enough damage you need to finish this fight off. I think I actually got slightly trolled here, where one of the loyalists just barely didn't die, but it's not really a big deal. He ends up dying almost immediately afterwards and the chapter ends. So that's Chapter 8. That's the only chapter that doesn't really have a real boss fight to end it off, but you could say the Infernal Guldo is kind of the real boss of that chapter, given how difficult it was to fight and all the experience it gave us. And now with that done, we enter some really long loading screens, and after that we're going to make the long walk to get to the door clip, which is, it gives you a lot of time to think about what's coming up, I will say that. There's a lot of time to think about what you got to do and how you want to approach it. So what we have decided, after seeing what Amalthus is doing, it gives us a little bit of Amalthus' backstory right there, and what led to him being the kind of person he is. We decide we have to go stop Amalthus, and the only way to do that is by getting close to the Titan that he's using, and using Mithra and Numa to destroy the amplification tower thing that he's using to control the Titans. So that's what we're going to do. We got to climb up the world tree even further and get into a position where we can get close enough to him to stop him from doing what he's doing. But we got another pretty long cutscene here. These are both normally this long. This is not memory leak, even though memory leak can actually make these cutscenes even worse. But fortunately for us, we're able to get through that section without losing too much time. And we're going to take an elevator. And once we take that elevator, we'll just have to walk straight ahead for a while and go across a giant bridge to go and stop Amalthus from trying to destroy everything with all the Titans that he's controlling. And when I say titans, I don't just mean like the small titans like Azurta when he was a giant or something. I mean like the entire continent. Like Mor Ardain's attacking us, Araya's attacking us. He's controlling everything with his power right now. So we have to go stop him, and only Rex has the ability to do that with his Aegis powers, because Amalthus has the ability to basically control any other blade in the world with his abilities currently. Or at least stop them from doing anything, since he has Haze's power of stopping blades. So after we open this door with the control panel, that is when we have reached the bridge. I make sure to walk really far on the right side here to avoid aggroing a unique monster that could kill me if I get too close to it. And now you see the bridge straight ahead. We just gotta walk all the way to the end of this bridge. It's the long bridge right before we get teleported to the door that we have to clip through, so... This is basically the section of the game in the speedrun where you're just starting to get really nervous if you don't actually have the blades to just skip through the door. Especially if you're on a really good pace like I was. Fortunately for me, I only think I ended up losing like a minute on the door clip, which was... I was content with that. I will take that any day of the week when you're on a pace like this. It would have been nice to save more time than that, obviously, but I'm okay with that. If I wanted to save more time and be on a better pace through this point and get more assurance going into the door clip, then I wouldn't have choked the factory clip in Chapter 4 so hard, right? So this is one of those clips, I mean, you can try to practice it, but no matter how much you practice it, it always seems to be about the same consistency no matter what, just because there's no consistent setup for it. So I'd recommend, if you're trying to learn it, just practice it until you figure out how you want to do it, and then once you actually know what to do, you should never forget exactly what to do. You just have to hope you jump at the right spot and get lucky. So all these enemies on these bridge are Indol forces. The soldiers, the big enemies, they're all Indol forces. And you'll notice that there is a fight going on in the background. Well, Mikhail has a machine of his own, and he is fighting them right now. As it turns out, Mikhail, since he also has the powers of a blade as a human, he's not being affected by Amalthus at all, so he has the ability to fight back against him. So that is what Mikhail is doing right now, and it ends up helping us because we are able to get close to him because of that and limit his power. And after we destroy the tower with Numa and Mithra in this cutscene, Amalthus tries to directly attack us, but Mikhail protects us and basically starts trying to sacrifice himself for us so we can get away. So he's a really good guy because of that, and now we're at the door. If you go to that control panel, you'd have to have the field skills to get through it. If you don't have them, then you have to do this clip. By jumping at a certain angle along this control panel, you can get through the door, and it's about all there is to it. You want to kind of be at an angle where your top right vision cone is aligned kind of with the weather notification in the top right. And after that, you just want to jump when Rex is about even with the very corner of the side of this door here. Or kind of when you're on top of the control panel icon. And you want to make sure you're running against the console too, because I think that makes it a lot easier. At least it always has for me. And there's no consistent way to set this up, like I said. It's really just hoping you get lucky and jump at the right spot. And it is very obvious sometimes if you don't jump at the right spot, but a lot of other times you can think you're jumping near the right spot, but it won't let you through. So I know this looks crazy what I'm doing, but trust me, this is basically what you got to do. And it can be a pain at times for sure. But luckily, I think I'm able to get through on the next jump after this one. And yeah, basically it looks almost the same as all the other jumps, but that time that let me through. I'm very happy we actually have that clip, because if you had to get the electrics and had to develop focus, it might be an even more annoying speedrun. So that just kind of limits RNG at the very least, just having that clip. So you don't have to pull as many blades and get enough different field skills for this. And as I've already mentioned, I really don't like field skills. You can see why right there. There's so many sections of this game where not getting the skills you need can cost you time during the run. In a marathon run, none of it really matters too much except the earth blades that you might need, because they're kind of difficult to get sometimes, and you actually do need them to even continue the story. But if there's any reason you might want to backup save, it would just be for that, just in case. But even then, you should almost always get the 3 earth blades you need without having to lose all your cores and everything. It would be very unfortunate if you could not. You'd have to be extremely unlucky. So, with all that done, we have surpassed the door clip, gotten past it, and we are going to approach the 2 pinnacle fights of this chapter. So Jin and Malos are still climbing up the world tree right now, and we are trying to catch them. Once we get up here, Jin is going to let Malos keep going, and he's going to confront us one final time and fight for his own values and beliefs. And it can be a difficult fight. Luckily we have Numa. If we didn't have Numa, this fight could be a lot more troubling. Because Jin definitely has some really powerful abilities he can take advantage of for a fight like this. This elevator is really long because it just wants you to think about what's coming up, I guess. But once we finally get up it, we can walk straight ahead and get to where we want to go. I will be visiting the inn one final time before these fights to get the last level ups we need for the rest of the game. So once I get a skip travel location ahead, that is when I am going to skip travel back to Fonset Coraine's house in order to rest and get some level ups that we're going to need. Because we're going to need to be at least level 61 for the final boss. And we also need to be a little bit higher level for the fights upcoming anyway, because otherwise they'd be also 10 levels higher than us. So it's very important that we do this. There are only 6 fights the rest of the game, and 3 are extremely easy, so that leaves these 2 and then the final boss that are going to be difficult fights. So we're gonna go rest at the end, do a little one of my final menus of the game here. And this is going to be setting ourselves up for the rest of the game, mostly. There's going to be 2 more menus later in Chapter 10, but those are just going to be to swap around some blades, and that's about it. So what we want to do here, after this rest of the inn, is dequip Dromart from Nia, so she only has cross-set. We're going to overdrive Corvin to Morag, finally, so Morag will be able to use Corvin, and Rex can take advantage of Numa while Nia has cross-set. And since we are already level 61 on Nia and Morag, we're going to be set for experience the rest of the game, thanks to that big overkill we got on the Infernal Guldo. I'm also going to be getting a skill on Rex's skill tree called Ultimate Relay, which is going to increase our damage attack, our chain attack damage ratio at the start of a chain attack, which is going to be helpful for the final boss, just to ensure that we get the kill we need. And besides that, we just got to make sure we have the blades we need. I'm going to check Mithra's Divinity chart one final time to get some extra skills for this upcoming fight. And I'm also going to be equipping Rock and Wolfric on Rex, just because that'll give him an extra damage bonus that we might need, just from them being attack blades. Bridget's also going to go back on Morag as well, because we're going to need her for the second fight in this chapter. And after checking Mithra's skill chart, I believe I skip travel back to the Migrez Gateway, and we are going to start fighting Jin one final time. And for this fight, we don't have any party meter at the start of it, so what we got to do is basically spam Mithra's level 2 special as much as we can. We can use Corvin's level 2 if he has it available to help get us some extra party meter, and we're just going to try to rush down getting party meter as fast as possible. If Nia gets some breaks, that will also help us out. But that is far from guaranteed before we get Numa. I think I actually do get some breaks in this fight because of the beta scope and just some good luck, but once you get Numa is when it becomes a little bit more guaranteed, I believe. So yeah, I do get a break there, which is going to help out quite a bit, because the break's going to give us some extra party member, and the fusion combo on top of it will give us some extra party member meter as well. So we're already almost at 2 bars of party meter here, which is very nice. He uses a very early stun swallow, though, which is going to cost us a little bit of time in this fight for sure. And immediately into Empty Moment, which is also going to cost us some time because it's going to blow us down. So that was a good combo by him. Really annoying combo. But I'm finally able to use Gamma Ray and on Corvin and use Mithra's level 2 again for some extra party meter here. And with that extra break from Crossset there, I'm able to get the party meter I need, and we are going to use Supernova on top of this break for some extra fusion combo, and that's not going to end the fight, but it's going to give us enough damage to carry the rest of the fight before Numa expires. We can use Cross-Set Special on this next section to get a bit of a fusion combo for the next part of the fight. And I try to time my topple to where the last, it's going to make sure the heat hits her on it. And then I'm going to use Burnout with Numa to try to end this fight as fast as I can. The break there is going to help. And he doesn't quite get killed from that. I was expecting that to do more damage, but I don't think Nia collected many potions by herself that time, because we didn't have many situations where we were very low on HP. But regardless, he's really low now, so I shouldn't have to do much else. I'm just going to use my level 1 and time it to where the Bladeless Blade will expire, so I can hit him and end up basically killing him here. So after defeating Jin, It seems like he's still going to try to stop us in the cutscene, but then Amalthus appears out of nowhere, out of the ground, and he basically kills Aegis and Petroka, and is going to stand in our way until the very end, and he's going to act as the final boss of this chapter. And he can be a huge pain. He's very difficult typically, but we have a very cheesy strategy to kill him, and we're going to take advantage of that. So I didn't use any of my party meter in the last fight with a chain attack or anything, so I'm able to instantly activate Numa in this fight as soon as we auto-attack him a couple times. So he's going to automatically aggro me because I'm Numa, which means he'll use an attack very soon, which is going to help us out. So what we want to do with our allies is set up a burnout with Cross-Set and Brigid. So we're going to use burnout with Brigid, and now we're ready to use Nuclear Blast with Numa. And after that, we're going to make it to where he's standing directly in front of this hole he popped out of the ground with. Once he's retracting from his auto attack, we're going to use Nuclear Blast, and we're going to do something really funny to him. We are going to blow down him, and as you might guess, this is going to cause him to fall into the hole and die. So, by using that combo, we are able to save quite a bit of time in this fight just by killing him, because otherwise we'd have to chain attack him. It's a very funny strategy, very interesting, and very fun to watch. And since we don't need any extra experience from him at this point, that's going to be the best method to do in this fight. So now with that done, we have completed Chapter 9. I am a decent pace ahead still. I lost some time that chapter, I think, because of the door clip, but it's not that much time since I had not a great door clip last time as well. And we have entered the final chapter. We are almost to the top of the world tree, and we are about to reach Elysium. So we have one last elevator we're going to have to go up here, but this one's much faster than all the other elevators in the world tree. I don't know why this one's fast, but so it is. So one thing you might have noticed, or probably didn't actually, is that the areas of the world tree are named after stars in the Big Dipper constellation. Bennett, Snatch, Mazar, Alioth, and Migrez. That's a cool piece of trivia. There's always a lot of really cool references in these games, I think. So now this elevator is going much faster. You can't actually see how much faster it's going than other elevators, I guess, because I still have the distance marker kind of hidden by my timer, but just trust me, it's a lot faster than the other elevators. We enter another cutscene afterwards, and after that I believe we get to the destination we want to get to, which is going to be the very top of the world tree. So here's the portal, and once we walk outside of this area, we should be at Elysium. This is the place we've been trying to reach the entire game. A place with plenty of land for everyone to live and everything like that, right? So I have one last menu I need to do before doing anything else. That's going to be putting the Hunter's Chemistry that was on Cross-Set onto Wulfric. And I'm also going to be putting Corvin on Rex for a second. I'm going to need him for the upcoming 3 fights. Because we're not going to have access to our other party members at this time. And we're going to have to use Corvin for this, because Mithra will also disappear, so we can't use her. And Corvin with Rex is going to be the most efficient method for doing these upcoming fights. He has a lot of damage, he has fast arts on Rex, and he'll be able to end these fights as fast as possible. So with that menu being done, once we get through this door here, we are going to arrive at Elysium. And we discover something about Elysium once we finally get there. As it turns out, the beautiful, luscious landscape and everything we thought we knew about Elysium doesn't exist. It's just a giant wasteland. Everything we thought that was going to be here is not here at all. The area we've been aiming for the entire game is just this. And this isn't what's supposed to happen, obviously. The music's really sad, and everything seems really upsetting here. There's a cutscene coming up where the area gets explored a little bit, and you can tell people used to live here, but everything seems completely abandoned now. So, we're not quite sure what to do anymore. If our entire goal was for this, then what else is there to do? Well, we hear a bell at a church over in the distance, so that's what we decide to head to. And inside this church is where the architect is. It will be revealed upcoming that the architect was actually Klaus. Klaus made the Aegis cores and used the power of the Zohar to basically try to reset the universe a long time ago. And in doing so, he basically destroyed everything, and there was nothing left afterwards in this universe. So we had to try to remake everything with the power he had available to him with the Zohar. And it wasn't exactly what he was hoping for with the birth of the new universe, and he was left with basically nothing, and his own foolishness led him to basically realize the error of his ways, and I don't know, he felt a lot of guilt for what he did, and so he didn't really ever get involved in the affairs of this new world, but after trying to restore it. But before that, he tries to test our hearts by forcing us to fight our allies here. Ghosts of our allies, at least, with their most deepest, darkest thoughts. It's a pretty sad section for sure. Like, all your allies are just really mad at Rex at this point, and while it's not actually technically them, it is interesting to hear some of their deepest thoughts and their darkest desires, and what they might be upset at this point. We don't actually get to see that in because we don't see the cutscenes, so we don't actually get to see that, but we can hear some of their lines in battle here, and you can tell they're upset. But we don't get to hear much because Corvin's just really strong, and we're able to kind of just plow through our allies here pretty quickly. The next fight is against Mor Ardain. This fight used to be really difficult before we had someone like Corvin to just like tear through her incredibly quickly. It's almost impossible to lose these fights with Corvin. Not only does he do so much damage, but he heals with the level 1 special, and he has a really high block rate and crit rate, so it's very difficult to lose with him. And then the third fight after Mor Ardain is against both Zeke and Tora, and since they're going to be less underleveled because I didn't level them up at the end, they'll be even easier to fight, which is very nice. I get a little trolled in this fight. I get blocked on certain attacks, and I think she blocks my special too, so that ends up making this fight a little bit longer than it needed to be. But all around it ends up being alright anyway. Really unfortunate that my most powerful art and my special both got blocked, making this fight longer, but you can just see there was no danger of dying or anything in this fight at all. As long as you remember to put Corvin on Rex, you should have no issues in these fights. And I put the Hunter's Chemistry on Wolfric instead of Crossset because we wanted to have 2 Hunter's Chemistry for these fights so we can instantly hit max affinity, obviously. And we're not going to change that the rest of the game because we're going to put Wolfric back on Nia before the final fight coming up. So against Zeke and Tor, what you want to do is target Zeke with a single art, then target Tor with a different art and use level 1 special on Tora, and that should end the fight if you did it right and have the damage necessary without Tora blocking you, which can happen, obviously, but hopefully it does not. So level 1 AoE is going to kill both of them, and that one was pretty easy. So now with that done, we get a chance to actually talk to the Architect. And we learned that Mithra and Pyra's real name is Numa. We got a lot of lore about the universe, and how it's connected to the first Xenoblade game, and how it's really connected to the Xeno games in general with the Zohar, which is called the Conduit in this game. It's a very interesting lore dump, but I don't really want to bore you with the details. You need to play all the games to really understand what's going on, so I really recommend doing that. So I gotta do one final menu here, which is just going to be replacing some blades and drivers here that I need them to be on. Rex is going to only have Mithra now. Corvin is going to be on Mor Ardain. And
Okay, where are we off to?
I'm going to equip Bridget on Rex very quickly and then dequip her so that only Corvin is on Mor Ardain. And then I'm going to equip Wolfric and Adenine on Nia, and then we are going to be ready to go into the final fight after swapping to Nia. Nia control is very important for the final fight because we really want to be able to control a break, especially just because that's going to be super important for making sure we're able to get the break we absolutely have to get. This is probably the most important break in the entire game because it's the one that will save you the most amount of time. If you don't get this break here, this enemy has a lot of health, so we really need a fusion combo chain attack here to end him before Numa expires. And if you don't get that, then this fight can easily turn into a massive pain. So, as it turns out, Malos reached this area before we did, and he talked to Klaus, and he decided he was going to go destroy everything after meeting with him, so he's going to go to the Artifice Ion, which is the most powerful artifice in the world. It basically has the power to end the entire world, and we have to go stop him. So we're going to have a big final boss fight against the most powerful mech that we know of. This is very typical of the Xeno series. A lot of the final bosses in these games, especially like they're big, powerful mechs. So it's very much a staple. You can see some other artifices in this hangar as we're walking to the Ion hangar here, and we're not going to fight any of them, obviously. They're pretty powerful and a big waste of time to even fight them. But the final fight is about to begin. We got to walk up some stairs here and activate one more control panel to get to where we want to go. And we do indeed learn this entire place is a space station. Even Elysium was part of the space station, so that is something pretty interesting. It's called the First Low Orbit Station. And the World Tree was just an extension of that, basically. So the station up here is just a giant space station that was all the way out in space itself. And now, with that done, we get to go fight Ion. Malos is going to be piloting Ion, and it's going to be our final decisive fight of this series. We also learned from Klaus that Malos isn't acting on his own will. He was being influenced by Amalthus, and drivers influence the personality and desires of their blades. And that is why Amalthus's darkness in his heart is what influenced Malos to be how he is, and why Mithra and Pyra are a lot different than he is, even though they're both Aegis blades. So we're here to stop Malos's plan once and for all, and make sure nothing bad happens to the world. So there's two phases to this fight. The first phase, we don't have any party meter, and we're trying to get as fast as possible to summon Numa. And we're going to try to end the fight with a tier 4 Mega Explosion from Cross-Set. And how we're going to do that is by using her level 1 as fast as we can. Try to get a break if we can. I think I actually do. Maybe I get this break? I can't remember. I do get this break. It was very rare to get that break. You only have like 10% chance of getting it. I was very surprised to end up getting it. But sometimes you get lucky, and I did get lucky there. I don't think I get any other breaks until I summon Numa, because obviously it's really rare. But this game gave me a little bit of luck here, which is very nice. I have enough potions that I'm going to need now. And all I gotta do now is get to max party meter. And I'm able to do that pretty quickly here. Then after I summon Numa, I'm going for the break and using Burnout. And I'm going to have the fusion combo with my Mega Explosion. That should be enough to end the first phase of this fight. So the second phase, you automatically get max party meter. So you can chain attack here if you don't have quite enough damage with everything you've done to end the phase. But it's not really necessary. I'm able to get a damage cap hit right there to end this phase as fast as possible. So that's very nice, obviously. So we get an interruption cutscene here where we get a really emotional moment with some nice music playing, and everyone's struggling against everything that's happening in the world now. And after that, we're ready to go into phase 2. So the one thing we want to do here is we want to summon Numa basically right when he's about to use the move Siren Buster, which he starts off the fight with. And we also want to build up Nia's level 1 special. So this move is really powerful. It's going to end up killing Nia most of the time unless you block the hit. But that's okay because we have party meter to revive Nia. But that's also why we want to summon Numa here. So, as you know, critical hits automatically fill up party meter. And since we have Corvin and Numa, who automatically increases all critical hit rates to 100%, we'll get that party meter back very quickly. And all the critical hits will make it so we get Cross-Set's max affinity up pretty quickly. And we're going to end up not losing that much time. So with Numa active, we have a pretty high chance to break, and we're just going to be rushing our level 4 as fast as we possibly can here. And then we're going to chain attack after that. That is all we have to do at this point. So once he gets up from that break, I break him one more time, and we are ready to go. I use Burnout, and we're going to use Mega Explosion with Cross-Set, and I'm going to chain attack after that to hopefully end the fight. And this is going to be the final time that Adenine is useful here. It's going to save us one whole special usage and save maybe like 5 seconds of time. But you know, 5 seconds is always useful. So we have the double stack fusion on this break. All we got to do is chain attack now. You can see just how little damage Cross-Set does. I don't have many potions, but even still, you can see she kind of really needs her potions to do a lot of damage. Numa's going to be carrying this fight for sure. And after Corvin's level 1, I'm going to purposely fail this check here so I can use level 1 specials, and Corvin won't have his special charge for the next round of the chain attack. I'll use Adenine's level 1 and then Numa's level 1 one more time here, and that is going to end the fight. And with Adenine active, I hit elemental weaknesses. With the extra chain attack ratio and everything, I'll have plenty of damage. And the fight ends, and the timer in the corner says 3:57:35, but I started my timer a little bit late here, so the actual final time is going to be 3:57:40. That's a very good time to get here, and despite a couple blunders, especially the factory clip, I'm very, very happy with how I played during this time. I got some really good luck in a lot of situations, even if I got some bad luck in some others, and I played very well for what I got here. All in all, I'd say there's probably still a good 5 to 6 minutes in this time that you could possibly get, but it's going to require some really good execution and really good luck. And for a run like this, getting a time this good is something I'm very happy with. I've been aiming to get a sub 4 time for a while. Very happy I was finally able to do it after so long and so many attempts. And I'm very happy with this run. I wish I could have done faster by getting the clips earlier, because I could have gotten under 355 with some better clips, but, you know, it's not really a big deal. So, since we're actually done with the entire, run, we can actually finally watch the cutscene, which is the final one. This cutscene gets changed depending on if you picked Pyra or Mithra. Rex will yell out the girl that you picked many times, and the ending changes slightly depending on the girl you picked. Which is another reason that can be used as a great donation incentive for a marathon run or something, you know? All in all, I think this game is really fun. I think it's one of the more interesting RPGs you can really watch. There's a really nice battle system, a lot of fun things going on. It's not too difficult to understand if you ask me, but if there's any explanation needed, I can always provide that. It has great music, great environments. It's really fun to watch. Even if it's a 4-hour-long speedrun, I still think it's a good choice. And something that could really benefit from more exposure. And with Xenoblade Definitive Edition coming out soon, I think the franchise is about to become even more popular, and I see this game even getting more sales. If you haven't played this game, I hope the speedrun was able to convince you to buy it, even though I kind of spoiled a lot of story points. But if you're watching this without having watched the story, then, I don't know. Just play this game, it's really good. I really do love this game. It's easily my favorite game ever, and it really left a big emotional impact on me the first time I beat it. There's a lot of great things that happen in this game, and the ending itself was very emotional as well. I remember it having a huge impact on me. At one point, I didn't want to play the game again because it just left me feeling so empty inside after I had beaten it. But now I've beaten it so many times now that it's still just as fun as the first day I played it, honestly. If not more so. I love doing post-game stuff, I love doing the speedrun, and I really just love playing everything about this game. And I hope you guys really enjoyed watching this and maybe learning something about the run. If you're interested in doing this speedrun, I hope this video served as a really good guide for you to try to learn it. Everything I did in this run, for the most part, is kind of how you want to execute it during an actual run. And except for the clips that you want to do faster, obviously, so make sure you do those better than me. And in this last cutscene here, we get the emotional ending. We defeated Malos. It seems like he has a little bit of regret for his actions, because it seems like if he might have met us sooner, he might have been on a different path. And as far as the rest of the ending, I guess if you just want to know, I'll talk about it, but be warned, there are some spoilers here, but I've been spoiling the entire game up to this point. So as it turns out, since the Zohar has now disappeared, the world tree is going to collapse. And in order to stop that, Numa has to stay behind and stop it, but she doesn't tell the rest of the party this. She tells them that they have to escape and pretends like she's going with them to an area, but then when she gets far enough away from the party, she destroys a bridge so Rex can't make it back over to her. And it's very emotional when they realize what's going to happen, and Numa's going to sacrifice herself for everyone. And yeah, everyone else gets away while she stays behind and stops the world tree and ends up dying in the explosion. Rex ends up holding on to her core crystal for her keepsake, and they all are able to successfully escape the collapse of the world tree, and they realize that all the Titans seem to be gone once they get back to where they were before. But as it turned out, Klaus offered them one final gift, and that is to basically seems to transport them to a new world after they cross a rift. And the story ends with Rex realizing maybe this was Elysium we wanted the entire time, and it ends with him looking down at the core crystal and yelling, or not yelling, but saying, "We're finally here." And then after that, we get the credits, and it's all very emotional, and I felt very empty because I was really attached to Mithra, and I really didn't even want to play the game again. However, there was a post-game, or a post-credit scene. After some of the most emotional music you can ever imagine in the credits, we get a pan-out shot to our characters again, and the core crystal starts glowing in Rex's hand. And after that, they both appear. Both Pyra and Mithra, they come out of the core crystal, and it seems like everything's going to be alright. And Poppy jumps in their arms, hugs them. Everyone's so happy to see them. We don't get any voice lines during this section, but the camera does zoom in on Mithra towards the end, or Pyra if you picked her, but who would ever pick Pyra, right? And we don't know what she says, but she mouths something, and game ends like that with the chapter title appearing at the end, and thus Boy Meets Girl, and then after that the Monolith logo appears, and you get to save your game, and you get a very nice title screen after that after beating the game. It's honestly one of the greatest experiences in gaming, I think. I really love this game. I don't know how many times I can keep repeating that, but I really, really love this game. I would really love to help just show it to more people and help make the game even more popular. It's got amazing characters and amazing story. It's easily my favorite game. It has great gameplay. I love this game. And I really hope through watching this you might have gained a greater appreciation for it as well and all the tricks you can do. And while I did watch the entire ending during this video, I don't want to have the video end up being too long, so I'll probably try to end it without watching the full thing. If you want to experience the story yourself, I recommend playing the game yourself. You can see right there he's calling her Mithra instead of Pyra, but if you picked Pyra, he'd call her Pyra instead, so the ending will change depending on who you pick. It's like a 35-minute ending, of course, as well, so I'll try to make this brief and end off the video right here. I think this game would be a great choice for a marathon like GDQ, even if it's a 4-hour-long RPG. It's very beloved by many fans and it has a great donation incentive that could raise a lot of money. This is probably the best time to take advantage of the hype surrounding the Xenoblade Definitive Edition as well, so I hope this game can get a chance. Thank you all so much for watching, and if you enjoyed watching this, please be sure to like, comment, and subscribe to my channel because it would help me out so much. And please look forward to future content on Xenoblade 2 and Xenoblade Definitive Edition when that comes out. These 4-hour commentary videos are not easy to do, so I really hope you enjoyed, and please have a great day.